And for the keywords right here on Real Radio each weekday at 9 a.m., 1 p.m., and 5 p.m. This contest presented locally by Jersey Mike's. Be a sub above.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news, commercial and SBA loan rates are falling too. Get a quote to refinance your business loan today at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
With thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Looking for the best donuts and breakfast treats in town? Then you got to go check out Shipley's Donuts. With more than 60 varieties to choose from, Shipley's Donuts serves freshly made delights daily. Visit them today at 2225 South Cimarron Boulevard.
Sarah Silverman, Postmortem Tour.
I have a girlfriend who told me she's switching gears career-wise and is now a life coach. Look, I'm not saying all life coaches are crazy, but I would maybe say that crazy people are life coaches.
January 9th, inside Hard Rock Event Center at Seminole Hard Rock Tampa. On sale now at hardrocktampa.com or Ticketmaster.com. Seminole Hard Rock Tampa.
A noisy garage door is a cry for help that often requires only simple maintenance. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello from A1 Garage Door Service. Don't wait until a simple garage door repair becomes a major problem. Call A1 Garage Door Service today.
A1 from day one.
And now, another insurance story from...
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey.
Shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Shh. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
We've all made questionable decisions in life, like that time that you frosted the tips of your hair. But hiring an attorney shouldn't be. I'm Orlando attorney Mo DeWitt, and we offer a 100% satisfaction guarantee on all injury cases. If you are not completely satisfied with the way we treat you in your case within the first 30 days, you can take your file back and you owe us nothing. No fees, no costs, and no questions asked. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Visit justcallmo.com.
We talk a lot about the diamonds at International Diamond Center, but did you know that over half of our showroom is dedicated to fashion jewelry, earrings, bracelets, bands, pendants, rings?
A woman comes in, it might not be her statement piece that she wears every day, but for a night out with friends, she wants to find that piece that truly shows her character and her taste.
IDC's Ryan McMahon says he loves seeing women come in and treat themselves.
And they deserve it. Every lady should have multiple pieces of jewelry that make her feel confident and happy when she wears it.
Colored gemstones, mixed metal styles, stackable pieces, bold looks, IDC has it all from the world's premier designers.
Our fashion pieces, they don't just sit stagnant. They're constantly changing out. We always have our thumb on the pulse of the industry. When you come into one of our stores, you see all of the latest looks that you'll see on any TV program, magazine, you name it.
Find the perfect piece of jewelry for any occasion or no occasion at all at International Diamond Center. 4 Orlando locations.
Have you been to Wassey's Meat Market yet? Wassey's Meat Market has hand-cut, never frozen, quality meats. And they've been right here in Melbourne for over 30 years. Choose choice and prime domestic Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, and A5 Japanese Wagyu beef. Wassey's also has sides, appetizers, pies. Did I mention that everything is homemade, which will make your meal even more special? Stop by Wassey's Meat Market from 9 to 6 and Sundays from 10 to 4 at 830 North Wickham Road, right there in Melbourne. That's Wassey's Meat Market.
Hi, this is Earl Ron, president of New South Window. New South offers volume discounts for homeowners. The more you buy, the more you save. Our discounts start at the 4th window, and from there, the savings grow. New South can do this because we own our factory, and that's the power of Factory Direct. Visit us at newsouthwindow.com.
This hour of Real Radio 104.1, sponsored by FloridaJobsNow.com, coming Wednesday, September 18th.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Find out at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Someone's going to get offended. It's just the way the world works. So to hopefully save everyone a little time and or energy, here's this. The opinions that you hear are those of the host and callers, and not those of iHeartMedia, its management, or advertisers.
You are now listening to The Jim Colbert Show on Real Radio 104.1.
That's right, guys. Here we go on a Thursday edition of the Jim Colbert Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. We appreciate that, as we do every single day. And we do have a big fat program for you today. We'll get you caught up on what's happening in there. Jack will do that with Woke News. It's our very first Froggers football forecast. We'll have that today as well. 4 o'clock hour, date night done right with our friend Danny Meyering from Orlando Date Night Guide. We'll also have Colbert Court with our friend Glenn Klausman from Klausman Law. Win them before you can buy them. Tickets to see Kathleen Madigan at Hard Rock Live. We'll end it up with your text, calls, and talkbacks. Welcome to the program. I am Jim. Straight ahead, it's producer Jack Bradshaw.
Good afternoon.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Find us easily on social, Instagram and Facebook at The Jim Colbert Show, on Twitter, just at Jim Colbert Show, and, of course, all day, every day at JimColbertLive.com. That's where you can check us out on YouTube. You can also just slide over to YouTube.com and type in The Jim Colbert Show. Give us a like and subscribe. That helps us out quite a bit, more than you can know. I appreciate that very much. How you doing, Jackson?
This might be a first.
This is a first. I don't think we've ever done this show with just the two of us.
Correct.
Making castles in the sky. Deb, you know what? The funny thing is almost a topic in itself. Deb had shared with us a while back that her mom had a fall, and has been kind of rehabilitating since said fall. And she is a tough woman, this mother of Deborah's.
Yeah. Colombian.
Yeah, Colombian, right? So Deb had some more doctor's appointments to help her mom out with today. And I know that's a lot of people in that world where they're helping out mom and dad. Ross just went through that with Kathy Paget. You helped your mom out for years.
They call us the sandwich
Is that what
generation.
That is?
Well, sandwich adults is someone who has kids home and they're also helping care for their parents.
Oh, I'll be damned.
So you're the sandwich.
Right.
You're taking care of both ends.
Gotcha. You're the meat in said sandwich.
Yes, I was that until 5 years ago.
Right, exactly.
I lost one piece of bread.
Yeah. one side of the sandwich.
Yeah,
it was not a pita.
Yeah, it's open. I'm open-faced now.
But Deb's helping on her mom and taking care of a few things there. Danny Meyering is going to drop by a little bit later and hang out for the remainder of the show, or at least almost the entire way. So we'll get to talk to Danny a little bit. 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We'll tell you more about our Suds, Pups, and Pints gig coming up on the 21st, just a few weeks away. Can't wait.
Nice shirt you got there.
Yeah, nice shirt I got there. Just repping it like right off rip.
Yeah.
With my new shirt so I can wash it so it fits a little snugger.
Yeah.
Yeah, because extra. I'm. You know what I am? I'm an extra medium, Jack. Excuse me. I'm not an extra large. I'm a large plus. Not quite the extra plus.
You know what I find so amazing about that and sizes in general? I mean, we have different body styles, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you're 6'3".
No. 6'1.5", 6'2",
1.5",
220 pounds.
250, 300.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm well under 200 pounds.
Yeah, well under. Yeah.
Little under 6 feet.
Miles under. What, you're probably 6 feet, 195?
Oh, no.
205?
I'm 5'11", and... Yeah, 195 last time I checked.
Yeah. Our frames are a little different.
So our frames are different, but I live in between that large, extra large shirt size.
Yeah, it sucks.
And I have so many large shirts. If I'm 190, when I go past 190, I can't wear the large anymore.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I can't either. I hate tight shirts, and I don't like showcasing my nips.
Yeah.
And so, for some reason, God blessed me with very viewable nips. So the last thing I want is out there with a belly like this, showcasing my nips. So I need something non-nippy.
So I'll tell you something about me. Don't tell anyone. This is just between you and I.
Okay, I'm listening.
So I got to meet Christopher Cross, and my wife and I are sitting on his tour bus, and I had one of these golf shirts on, And at first it was a fist bump. He's like, he had that Guillain-Barré disease and ever since COVID. And so he's real careful. But we talked for a half hour. He got into politics. By the end of it, we're best friends. And I'm like, hey, can I get a picture? And so, I don't know, it was cold on the bus. It's me and him. And my wife takes a picture. We get off the bus, say goodbye. I look at the picture. And I'm like, oh, look at me.
Chris Cross had an effect.
I look a little excited.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
Anyway, if you want to check out the Instagram page, Real Radio 1041, you can see my nips.
Check out Jeff's nips.
But that's just between you and I.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Froggers football forecast again loaded us up with some incredible food to start off the season. We'll do this every Thursday for the entirety of this season. What we do is we choose who we think is going to win all weekend long. We'll come back on Tuesday. We'll bring up 3 listeners, and they can pick who they thought had the best record for that weekend between myself, Deb, and Jack.
Yeah.
And if they are the winner, $25 gift card to Froggers.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. They are gearing up. This is Christmas.
Yeah. Oh, for Froggers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think for all sports bars.
Absolutely.
We hear a lot about Universal, and how much Halloween Horror Nights means to their bottom line annually. Yes. And you would think that a company like Universal with brands like Harry Potter and other great brands, like all the youth brands, you would think that they wouldn't need any help making money. But I heard a rumor back in the day that Halloween Horror Nights represents almost like 30% of that park's income for the year. So it's that same kind of thing, It's
now you know why they started in August.
Exactly. That's exactly why. And they wanted to take care. They wanted that Labor Day weekend. But it's the same kind of scenario. These sports bars, they do okay, I mean, people just go to sports bars just because, right? MMA fights and big thing. But, man, the football season is king.
Yeah.
And, I was talking to the GM today, and he was like, look, man, I'm going to, we'll do more in this 4 months than we'll do in the remaining rest of the year.
Yeah.
So this is a vital time of year. I got to tell you, I think the economy needs it.
Yeah.
I think we kind of need people out there kind of, whooping it up, having a good time. Football season always brings that sense of, for guys anyway.
It does.
It always brings that sense of like a new rebirth.
And locally, it got a little jump start. And this was something that was mentioned last Saturday when I went to Lake Mary for the Little League All-Star Parade. And it was Coach Anderson, who we had on the show twice.
Yes.
Before and after the big win.
Mm-hmm.
But from the podium, he gave a shout out and thanks to the community and all that. But for everyone and for all the local bars that people went to the bars to watch these games. And so, it was kind of, glad they can help the bars and also shout out to them for all the support and stuff.
Yeah. I read the story I told you right that Friday beforehand. I said those places around that area are going to make so much money. And part of the story I saw on 2 news stations is they went to some of the businesses and said, how's it been today? And they're like, yes, I hope they win next year. And the year after that, and the month after that, and the day after that, they could win every day because that place was slammed for a few hours. And everybody needs that little boost, But all the bars are gearing up. I'm not going out to see football tonight. I'll do that this weekend, but I'll be home tonight watching the game. Chiefs-Ravens tonight. What a kickoff game.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be exciting. And then tomorrow, there's a game from Brazil.
Yeah.
I like this extra stuff.
I do too.
I'm on board.
It's the funny thing is, because I remember my wife is like, hey, is there football on tonight? And it's Monday. I'm like, yeah, honey, there's football on tonight. And then she'll just forget about it and look at the Thursday. Hey, is there football? Yeah, honey, there's football. Sunday football. And then when you get to playoffs and they're playing Saturday and Sunday
But NFL is not having any problem expanding the week.
No. Yeah.
But real quick, while we're talking about football, this weekend you mentioned Game 1, Tampa Bay Bucks. We are the official Orlando home for the Tampa Bay Bucks. We actually have tickets to the game. This is a 4:15 kickoff game, so it's the later afternoon game, which is awesome. Good if you want to travel over there. You don't got to get up, too early. You know what I'm saying? But we have 2 ways for you to win tickets to this Sunday's game versus Washington. One, you go to our website, realradio.fm/contest, enter online. Plus, if you follow us on social through there, you can also get extra entries to try and win. They're going to draw a winner tomorrow. But we have a second pair, and that's on the Real Radio Instagram page, at Real Radio 1041. You can look for the post. It says win Buck tickets here, and you can do that there. And we're giving away 2 pair tomorrow, so get your name on the list.
That's
Just
awesome.
Follow the directions. It's super simple, and we, We got to give them away. Might as well be you.
And the Bucks are favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bucks are
Should be
favorites.
against Washington.
Yeah. No, but Washington's not supposed to be that bad.
Rookie QB?
Yeah, that's the only problem. You
Yeah.
do have a rookie QB, but you do have a pretty good roster up and down. Just quarterback is everything. And I was listening to some sports talk coming in. I dropped into Brandon's office today to talk to Brandon a few minutes about football. And I mean, of course, for sports talk guys, again, this is Christmas morning again because now you have analysis and that football audience is never ending and the conversations are perpetual. So it's great. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We do have a bunch of stuff to talk about today. Florida man tries something that everyone has thought of, and now you have the answer of whether it works or not. A new, trust me. And I bet money everyone has thought about this. Everybody has thought about doing this at least once. There's a new tourism out there, but it's not exactly, it's a little sad, but it is a new form of tourism. Let's see. There's a new lodge being built in Central Florida. Who is to blame for this massive downtown flooding that's happening that you're hearing about so much? Yesterday's rain was abnormal. It was unbelievable. The rain woke me up last night at my house.
Yeah.
I mean, 3 o'clock in the morning, and they're expecting more today.
I got it yesterday. It's weird. Sometimes I feel like I live in this vortex where it's, rain all around me. I look at the radar, and it just, mysteriously goes around Winter Springs.
Yeah, it's weird like that. Sometimes out where we are, it does that, and where I was, but, man, we got walloped yesterday. I came out and saw a large portion of my front yard that doesn't have grass covering that we need to rebuild. It just washed all the sand out of it.
When are you going to do that, tractor
buddy,
boy?
time is so time.
Yeah.
So time.
Talk to me about time.
Time. Yeah, please. AI, we worried about something with AI, and now we'll know a little bit about the answer. The worst Taco Bell location in all of the United States.
Wow. What is it?
The worst
So
service.
you're not telling me now where it is.
No, I'm not going to tell you now. The worst Taco Bell location in the entire U.S. is right here in Central Florida.
Oh, my goodness.
Is right here in Central Florida. I'll tell you where. They tell you, they don't even BS around. They're like, it's right here. And they here's the address.
So is it long wait times, cranky staff,
Can I tell you,
the food not coming out right?
I think it's all of that put together.
Get mugged at the drive-thru?
All of that put together. And our question of the day is... I'll tell you, it's just this, right? So there's a really cool story about your in-laws. And this doesn't have to be if you're married. If you have a boyfriend and a girlfriend, that could be their parents. It doesn't really have to be a marital scenario. But it's a simple question. Do you get along with them? And we have 3 answers. We'll have that up here in a few minutes at Jim Colbert social media page or Instagram, the Real Radio Instagram as well. It'll always be in the chat in our YouTube channel as well, so you can get involved with that. Do you get along with them? Yes, no, or good? Okay, don't. Basically what it's going to be. And there's a reason why I'm asking this. I'll tell you that a little bit later. Jack, you got some news for us?
Oh, yeah, it's coming up. We'll talk a little bit about that flooding around Central Florida and, who's complaining and where it's happening. Also, why you should cross at the green and not in between, a cautionary tale there. And Amazon drivers, they're talking about banning something that they are doing.
Okay.
We're going to delve into that a little bit. And what Katy Perry does to... Have you heard? Have you heard? How she...
New favorite singer.
Yeah, how she rewards good behavior. All that coming up on the news.
Buddy, let me tell you. Well, I'll tell you during the news. Because... that's an effective way to motivate.
Hell yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Jack has your news and more of the Jim Colbert Show right after this.
Coming up tonight on Real Radio at 7, it's a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Brought to you by MyEternalVitality.com and Modern Plumbing Industries. At 9 p.m., it's Real Laughs with comedians James McGill and Ken. And Real Music starts tonight at 10 on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Looking at heavy traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area between the Beach Line and 535, as well as through Michigan Street and Robinson Street for those traveling through downtown. Looking at heavy traffic right now on 192 at 535 and Vineland Road due to a crash reported at that intersection. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Walt Disney World. Jobs.
Ready to be a part of the magic as a cast member at Walt Disney World Resort? We are hiring a variety of full-time and part-time roles with great benefits like theme park admission, exclusive discounts, and more. Apply today at waltdisneyworld.jobs.
Hey everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. September is Aging Healthy Month, and you want to do that for sure. And here's another thing, too. If you have friends or family and you think, well, that guy and that lady, maybe they could use a heart scan. You know, maybe they have some issues in their family. Maybe they'll take care of themselves. Maybe they need to get in and get a scan from Life Imaging FLA. And that could be your in-laws like it was for me. I was just like, look, guys, this was so easy. The information was incredible. My wife and I did it, and it's your turn. We sent them down there, and the information they got was awesome because they were clear for any issues with their heart. That is for sure. But the relief that they got by knowing that was insane. It allows you to go out and live your life and know that you're in a good shape. But if you do get some answers that aren't so good, it allows you to make that move and get that help you need quickly. That's being proactive, not reactive. And early detection does save lives, no question. So do this today. No dyes. You don't take your clothes off. No injections. This entire thing only takes a few minutes. So do not wait. Do what we did. Call Life Imaging FLA right now and get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. And while you're there, you got to be sure to ask about their cancer screening as well. It's easy to make your appointment. Just pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250, say that keyword free heart scan. You'll be connected in seconds. Make that call today. Make 2024 the year you take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeart Media.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day, but when we're driving, cooking, working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Call 844-ADD-HELP-5. That's 844-ADD-HELP-5.
This is the sound of real people across Florida betting on sports. It's the sound of winning your bet, only on Hard Rock Bet. And if your first bet doesn't win, you get up to $100 back to try again. Hard Rock Bet is Florida's only legal sports book. Your home for betting hoops for any sport you choose. Download Hard Rock Bet now and get 2 shots at your first bet. Win, or you'll get up to $100 back as a bonus bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to play. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations: Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
Kevin Sorbo here, and I have an important message to share. If you owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved over $500 million for their clients. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few million, they can help you.
Call Tax Network USA at 800-728-2000 or visit tnusa.com. That's 800-728-2000 or visit tnusa.com.
I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh,
don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Another insurance story from
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny Final Expense Insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
Kickoff is almost here, and iHeart is the official home of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring podcasts like NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal.
Packing it with so much goodness. Chock full of info.
And tons of fantasy football podcasts with expert advice for you to win your fantasy league. It's the best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
New South Window Solutions. Made in Florida for Florida homes by Florida workers. Visit newsouthwindow.com.
Something on your mind? Text us at 77031. Standard data and message rates apply. Real Mobile is powered by Orange Buick GMC and OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. We now return to the Jim Colbert Show.
Hate to blow out a talk back so early, but Lake Mary Little League is passing out 3,000 posters in the city of Lake Mary, Publix, other places. Make sure you guys get one and make sure the kids sign it and the coach signs it for y'all.
Oh, yeah. I wonder if that has more value if one of those kids makes it, becomes a stud.
I'm sure.
Like that little shortstop or that pitcher that had the ball the last game, last everything. I wonder if that makes it more like if you got a Bryce Harper Little League World Series poster. I don't even know if he played in it, but if you had that, would it be more valuable?
I know Clint Frazier did. He was a Yankee for a hot minute, but he also, I remember them talking about, he is one of the 60-something Little League World Series participants who made it to the major leagues.
Yeah, it's not many of them, right?
No.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Deb is out taking care of her mom. She'll be back with us tomorrow. Danny Meyering is going to sit in just a couple minutes when she comes in for date night done right. Until then, Jack has some news.
Let's do it.
And now, it's time for Woke
News.
It seems like kind of a misuse of the whole woke.
On the Jim Colbert Show.
Oh, let's start out from Hunt. Oh, by the way,
yes.
Woke News is brought to you by Home Loans Radio. You can catch Don and the crew every Saturday morning right here on Real Radio from 9 until 10:30, talking about mortgages and Fritz's original music and whatever else is going on in your life on a Saturday. They love to hear from you. It's a live show every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. right here on Real Radio 104.1 and also on our 96.9 The Game.
Absolutely.
Our friends over there. All right, let's get to it. Our national story today from hunted to hunter or hunter to hunted. Hunter Biden, guess what? He's changing his plea. That's the plan, from not guilty to accepting a sentencing that would come from a guilty verdict in the federal tax case against him. The reversal was made shortly before jury selection was expected to begin. It would have been Biden's second trial this year. The only surviving son of the president, Hunter Biden, is the first offspring of a sitting president to stand trial on criminal charges.
Yeah, he's got a couple other things going as well. It's interesting, too. He's doing that Alford plea, which is one of the most confusing legal things in the history. Basically, what it's saying is this. I'm not saying I'm guilty, but what I'm saying is You got a real good case. That's exactly what it is.
That's exactly how I read it, too. It's like, okay.
It literally is almost like I'm willing to accept the sentencing based on the fact that more than likely I'm guilty, but you're not going to hear me say those words. I'm basically rolling the dice.
Yeah.
But I think it's a bench, so they'll find out what's going on. And the other one was the gun charge, and I think he has some other stuff coming up as well.
And they say that what's interesting is the pro-gun lobby is saying, hey, wait a second, we're not on board with.
Right.
We think it's BS that you.
He lied on the application. And
yeah, but they're saying people shouldn't be prevented. For the people who believe there should be no preventions with owning a gun.
Yeah.
They have to be on Hunter Biden's side with this.
That's kind of like all of Florida then, because basically you don't have to have a permit because what our governor says is that was given to you by the Constitution. I mean, the state doesn't really need to do that. You have it right there in the original documents.
So that goes state by state, but listen.
Yeah.
President Biden said, as he was still a candidate running for his second term, said he would not be pardoning his son.
Would not come to his rescue.
However, come on. He's on his way out. I think the first thing he did after he called Kamala and said, listen, I'm dumping out of here.
It's called the Justice Department.
You go, he writes his letter and it's sitting in his pocket. Just in case anything happens.
Like when Jim Carrey put that check in his dad's pocket or whatever.
It's the last thing he does as president is, by the way, here's a pardon for my son.
Yeah. You think that'll reflect poorly on the party or just what, I mean.
Party, no. His legacy, and then down the road, I don't think anyone cares or it matters.
Right.
This is more, I believe, politically motivated.
Yeah.
The reason we're talking about it is only for the political connection to it. But, hey, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
All right, rain, go away. Scattered to numerous showers and storms are expected to continue this afternoon. We've been dealing with it all week. Locally heavy rainfall, up to 4 inches, is expected today, with spots even being more. And so this is the challenge, and from Sunday, our friends over at United Against Poverty lived in one of these areas where a cell dumps like 6 or more inches of rain, and that's more than these systems are designed to handle. And is it overpopulation? Is it construction? But now residents are pissed because they are living in communities that are not considered flood zones, but they're dealing with flooding issues.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that a little bit later because, I mean, I think it's Delaney Park or Thornton Park, one of those areas downtown. And by the way, those homes are not cheap.
Right.
And there's construction going on down there, and they are directly relating their flooding issues to that construction. And you have that, like, who's responsible for that? They're not even in a flood zone. Like, their insurance, like, we're not in a flood zone, but I'm flooded. But, and they're trying to say, well, if you got 4 inches of rain that quick from anywhere, it's going to flood. That's not necessarily the truth, because if they didn't have flooding issues during any previous hurricanes, you can't prove to me that one afternoon storm should flood their house.
So, here's something strange about that is because my house, fortunately, I do real well with water runoff, right?
Yes.
I have one area, it will come on my back porch, and it'll approach my back door. However, with all the rain we had with that last storm, when they said it's a storm of a century or maybe 5 centuries, I didn't have that water come as close as it did to my door as I did yesterday.
Wow, really?
So it's strange how
it's
some
the concentration
storms,
of it in an area.
in an area, yeah. So,
but if the runoff is bad and you don't have, and the drains aren't accessible, that water has to find a spot, and it's going to go low, and then it's going to fill up.
Yeah.
And if you happen to be in one of those unfortunate areas, College Park over there off of Fairbanks dealt with this during one of the hurricanes, and we could drive down those roads that would have never thought about flooding, and they were a foot deep, and you could see all their stuff trashed out on the side of the road where it had ruined.
So, speaking of weather, the weather finally cleared a little bit this morning for SpaceX to knock out a Starlink launch from Cape Canaveral. The rain clouds parted enough for an 11:33 a.m. launch. Did you see it?
No, I did not see it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of cloudy. I looked out the window. I was here. I looked out the window. It was all cloudy.
Yeah.
I don't think you could see it much from Central Florida. Falcon 9 carrying 21 Starlink satellites because we needed them.
Mm-hmm.
We need more up there. We're not done yet. Get to work, guys. Come on. It all came from the Space Launch Complex 40 over there at Canaveral.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, the crew of Polaris Dawn still awaits the long-range forecast to be safe enough for their mission to fly, which will feature the first commercial spacewalk. So That's on the agenda over there at the Cape. Up in Washington, we have some news about vaping in teens. What do you think it is, Jim?
Yeah, I got to tell you, I saw this story today, and I'm pretty proud of it, but go ahead.
Okay, so you know it's on the good side.
Yeah.
Fewer adolescents are vaping this year than any point in the last 10.
It's the lowest in a decade.
Isn't that great?
It is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Latest survey numbers show it fell under 6% this year. It was 7.7% a year ago. More than 1.6 million students reported vaping in the previous month, and that's about a third of the number in 2019, where they consider that the peak pre-pandemic, and that's when you were that's when Juul was all the rage.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's also when the clamp, the kind of the clamp down came on the fruit flavored stuff like that. And so I think maybe accessibility has also kind of contributed to that number as well.
So I guess it worked.
Yeah,
right?
Sure did.
Yeah. Well, I told you in the tees, cross at the green, not in between. That's a public service announcement I remember growing up. Do you understand what it's talking about?
Yeah, I would guess green light, red light kind of thing. Cross at the green, right? Yeah.
So if you're a pedestrian,
right,
they tell you the cross at the green, cross at the light, not in between.
Right.
Like jaywalking.
Right.
So, if you got caught in traffic this morning around Orlando and were wondering why, I got your why right here. Well, at least
that does not sound good.
I got your why right here. At least a couple of them.
Hey, I got your why right here.
Okay, so in the area of Orange Ave and Prince Street, right, a guy on a bike, not in a crosswalk, but cross paths with a truck. The truck won.
Yeah.
The pedestrian died at the scene, according to FHP. Oh,
wow.
yeah.
On Orange Ave?
Yeah.
Dude, how fast was dude going? I mean, that's like downtown. How fast could you get going?
Right. So that's Orange and Prince. And then over on Orange Blossom Trail and La Quinta Drive, a 45-year-old Orlando man was riding an electric scooter and then got hit by a motorcycle. This was earlier in the morning, just before 2 a.m. this morning, according to the Florida Highway Patrol. He also was crossing, not in the crosswalk.
Okay.
And motorcycle hit him. The motorcyclist, he's in stable with condition, critical injuries, but the guy in the scooter died at the scene.
Man, oh man.
2 deaths this morning, pedestrian deaths.
I got to tell you, I would not even take a remote shot at crossing 441 almost in the green.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a nightmare out there in that South Orange Blossom Trail area, man. It's like a Wild West out there.
Not only do I see it, but then you see it like at nighttime, people doing it with totally dark clothing, and you're like, I don't know, maybe they think because they can see a car with headlights that we can see them just as easily.
You cannot.
You cannot. Exactly. Another public service announcement for you, Jimmy. Don't do drugs.
Okay, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that.
Don't do drugs. Dateline, Lake County.
Yeah, baby.
Where a deputy on patrol last week was flagged down by victims of an alleged burglary, right? One victim described the suspect. He was identified as Timothy Gunter, 34 years old. They pointed in his direction further up the road, telling the deputy that Gunter had just burglarized their home while they were there. After catching up with Gunter, the deputy said the suspect spontaneously started uttering that he had received some bad narcotics and presented a plastic baggie filled with clear, crystal-like substance and then told the deputy something was wrong with the substance and requested it to be tested.
I love it. And we get about one of those a year, right?
They did test it, and it did come back as methamphetamine.
Hey, turns out you were right, buddy. So go on. Go on your way.
Yeah.
No.
He apparently also admitted to entering the victim's residence because he heard dogs barking inside, is what he said. So, he's got some legal troubles ahead of him.
I mean, he's in bad shape.
All right. Speaking of drugs, on the coast, a Good Samaritan discovered a package. It weighed just over 2 pounds. It washed up on Daytona Beach. U.S. Border Patrol agents seized the package and issued a warning on X that said, do not attempt to disturb or handle any suspicious packages along the shoreline. Contact local authorities immediately.
Yeah.
What do you think the package was?
Yeah, I was going to say, it leads me to believe that maybe it wasn't cocaine, it was fentanyl, and they would not. You don't want to be touching 2 pounds of fentanyl.
You nailed it. It was a 2 pound package of fentanyl.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
That's enough to kill a whole bunch of people, man. That stuff is nasty.
You know what? But it would. I notice here. So U.S. Border Patrol, they put this warning out on X, and how many places for the cesspool that X is becoming, formerly Twitter, how many places use it as basically their first line of communication and public information? President Joe Biden did it when he announced he was not running for re-election. His first announcement was on X.
Yeah.
That was 15 minutes before the news. That's where the TV news got it from.
Unbelievable, man. I mean, again, that's where DeSantis tried to launch his campaign.
But, I mean, so a lot of businesses, though, it's like the first thing they do is like, okay, that's where we put it out. And then subsequently it gets out to other places.
Yeah, man, I'm not an X/Twitter. I'm not that guy for some reason. It's just, it's too much. It's a whole bunch.
It's too much if you read it.
It's a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. I have no interest.
Yeah, if you're not reading it, it's fine. And if you just like looking at pictures, you should be on TikTok or Instagram. Anyway. All right, so that's our public service announcements. Whew, we're good. Now, let's talk about our little buddy, Ross Padgett.
Okay, Ross Padgett. Why would we be talking about Ross Padgett in the news?
What do we know about him?
Well, we know his wife's pregnant.
That's right. And have you gotten them a gift yet for the baby?
No, because I don't know if I'm getting him a gift for the baby.
Don't you have to?
Yeah,
Shouldn't you?
But it's cash.
You can give him cash. I was going to get...
I'm probably just going to wind up giving him cash.
See, I think a little Yankee onesie, because I think you can't start brainwashing too early, right? However, Jim, knowing the lifestyle that you've grown accustomed to...
Okay, which is?
Rich Republican.
Sure, yeah.
There is something you can get.
Mm-hmm.
I might say it might be the perfect gift.
Is it tiny Trump tennis shoes?
It is not tiny Trump tennis shoes.
The gold one with his pictures?
I bet they would be adorable.
Mine are on order. 11s were sold out.
Okay, here's the deal. This is going to be produced in an extremely limited fashion.
Mm-hmm.
But you can get them a Lamborghini baby stroller.
Oh, yeah, baby. I'm down for that.
Lamborghini partnered with a luxury stroller company in the UK. It'll be available early next year. The website says it's for parents and or babies who want to discover the exhilarating fusion of luxury fabric and precision engineering.
Because they're really going to know that when they're essing themselves and puking all over everything.
There is no word yet on how much these Lamborghini baby carriages are going to cost.
Shamborghini.
Yeah. But it's extremely limited.
Yeah.
But they're billing it as the world's most exclusive push chair.
Does it say how much it is by any chance?
It does not.
Oh, I bet it doesn't.
It does not.
I bet you're looking at like between $3,000 and $5,000 for that thing.
Yeah, it's at least a few grand. But I think they think if you have to ask, it's too expensive for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay, I told you about Amazon drivers. There may be some restrictions. They say people have mixed feelings. Amazon is not known as one of the best companies to work for. I know we all use Amazon. It makes a lot of our lives more convenient. Some people call them town killers. But if you are a delivery person for Amazon,
okay,
there's a rumor. I tell you, this is a rumor.
Allegedly.
Because the company is denying this.
Okay.
But they may ban delivery drivers from
listening to the radio.
You are so close. Doing something else with the radio.
Oh, what would you be doing? What other than listening to it? What would you be doing?
Singing to it.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Why would they ban you singing to a favorite song while you're working?
Distraction.
Oh, come on.
So,
God almighty.
Again, Amazon's saying, whoa, that's not us. However.
How you doing, Orwell?
Yeah. There's talk online. Amazon is banning their delivery drivers from singing along to the radio. Yeah, some employees and former drivers said Amazon was cracking down on distracted driving and dinging them if they were caught singing.
So what do? They log into the camera that's that's in their truck and try to bust them singing?
Amazon has cameras in the vehicles to spy on their drivers.
That's very Gestapo-esque, is it not?
Now, I told you Amazon's denying it. They said this is completely inaccurate. Amazon has never issued guidance or communications that prohibit singing in the vehicle. However, some drivers say they got dinged exactly for doing that.
So is that like a ding is like you have a certain level of points, and once you reach that level of points, you're in trouble or something like that?
It could be a warning. Yeah. Hey, here's a warning. You need to focus on that. Don't be distracted. Now, but Amazon's saying, hey, listen, we even have evidence. They have previously produced video detailing a day in the life of an Amazon delivery driver. And it does mention that the cameras in the vehicles to promote safe driving, but also shows the delivery person actually singing in the van.
Oh, how dare you?
So that's a defense. If any Amazon driver gets dinged for singing, you say, hey, listen, it's in the promo video.
Unbelievable, man. How terrible is that? That's one of those things where you got to read the room. That's a terrible look. Like the Disney lawsuit thing, terrible look. Next thing you know, 3 days later, like, we're kidding. We didn't know.
You do chores at home?
Yeah, I do chores all the time. Buddy.
Does your wife appreciate that when you do chores at home?
Most of the time.
Does she show that appreciation?
I'll get a firm hug occasionally.
Is that how she shows the appreciation? Mike, I invite you to spend an evening or two at Katy Perry's domicile. Because Katy revealed on the Call Her Daddy podcast.
And by the way, revealed pretty darn crassly.
Yeah.
Like, she is not a lady.
Yeah.
She is not dainty at all. We are learning. This chick is out there, man.
Yeah. I rode the elevator with her here.
Did you really?
Yeah,
She's tiny, right?
2012. Yeah. She revealed on that podcast that if she comes downstairs, quote, and the kitchen is clean and you've done it all and you've done all the dishes and you've closed all the pantry doors, you better get ready to get.
Yeah.
Let's call it oral pleasure.
Yeah, man. Is that all I got to do is close the pantry door? That's all I've got to do?
And she goes on to say...
Can I tell you? Nothing. Go ahead.
She goes on to say, I mean, literally, that is my love language. So, acts of...
Acts of
service.
Sexual service.
Well, yeah, that's how she reciprocates. However, acts of service is her love language. So when you do something around the house, an act of service like cleaning the kitchen, you close the pantry doors, because when they're open, it doesn't look as nice, right?
Yeah.
So you come into a kitchen, it's all clean. That's an act of service to her. She repays it with an act of service.
How about you cook the dinner and clean the kitchen?
Yeah. Ooh.
What kind of service is that? What do you get for that noise?
I'm gonna reach out to Katy.
Yeah.
I rode the elevator.
Yeah,
with her
please.
once. Yeah. She added, "quote I don't need a red Ferrari. I can buy a red Ferrari. Just do the blanking dishes, and I will."
Yeah. Blank your blank.
Yeah. Take care of you.
Yeah. No, she said blank your blank.
Yeah.
What a sleaze nasty. That chick. Good Lord. She came from she came from a Christian family, too, like a family of faith,
very
right?
religious family, and I believe they had an issue with the whole kiss the girl.
And I'm not saying that as a Christian you can't have fun like that with your spouse. Of course you can. That's that's your spouse. But what I'm saying, she came from a family where that kind of talking thing was not like that outward or that.
So before I let you go, Jimmy, this has been the news without Deb. I know she's not here today. If at any time today you're lonely because Deb's not here for you to lean on,
right?
You call me. I got you. I have 5 random facts for a Thursday. So at any time where you feel a lull, you say, Jack, give me a fact. You say, what's the fact, Jack?
Are you talking to me for this?
I'm talking to you.
Okay.
You say, what's the fact, Jack?
Okay.
And I will give you a random fact. I have 5 of them throughout the day. So
all right,
you
very
say,
good.
What's the fact, Jack? And I will give you a random fact for this Thursday.
All right, we don't need one now because we're late already. You should know that because
I'm just telling you,
Okay,
this is a
very good.
feature that you have available.
Very nice. All right,
What's the fact, Jack?
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 770-31. Back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Real radio. It is.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Because y'all said I wasn't cool this week.
Well, you
Booyah!
are. Well,
Boom, boom, ka-choo. Me and Ryan are the coolest.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
The Monsters in the Morning.
Real radio 104.1.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
Hey there, Central Florida. This is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Thursday afternoon forecast. As we head into about the 1-2 o'clock hour, we're going to start to see that eastern sea breeze really working, popping up those storms across I-95 and pushing west, stalling across downtown Orlando as we head through the rest of the afternoon. High is going to be throughout the low 90s, but with the humidity, going to be feeling like 105 degrees as we head through the rest of the day. Have a wonderful Thursday.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Blindster is a family-run business that began in 2010, and we've sold millions of custom blinds, shades, and shutters and received over 100,000 five-star reviews. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Guys, listen up here. If you plan on selling your home for any reason, got to hit pause, take a few minutes, take a deep breath. Here's the reason why, because these guys are changing the real estate game, innovative real estate solutions for sellers and buyers. And here's the deal. Do not believe the news that the market in Orlando is softening. That is not happening here, man. Orlando homes still selling for record prices. And if you're considering selling your home for any reason, maybe you're downsizing, maybe you're relocating, maybe you need a bigger home as your family expands. Our buddy Ross is going through that right now. Contact the Nickley Group. And here's the other thing, guys. You're not the only ones that have waited for the rates to come down. They're the lowest they've been in a year, and you're not the only one that's been hanging out waiting. Get yourself a team that can navigate through all that red tape and get you the home of your dreams, or find you that buyer for your home of your dreams. And you can do that with the Nickley Group. They do it on average for 6% more, and they sell homes twice as fast as well. On their website, it's awesome. You can get your home valued instantly, get a guaranteed cash offer, or list your home. Do all of that at thenickley.com. 3,000 5-star reviews. This is a next level experience. They even have moving assistance for you guys. So give them a call. It's thenickley.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. Limited time. To learn more, visit one of our 10 Orlando Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
If your home is not located in an evacuation zone, you may be able to shelter at home during a storm. When it's time to shelter in place, remember these tips. Stay inside. Don't forget your disaster supply kit and your pets. Stay safe. Stay away from your windows and exterior doors. Stay put. Do not attempt to leave your home until officials say it's safe. For more tips on hurricane safety, check out the Hurricane Guide at floridadisaster.org/guide.
This message is sponsored by the Florida Division of Emergency Management, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
It's the Greater Orlando Sports Commission's Celebrating Women in Sports Luncheon, presented by Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute. Wednesday, September 25th at Addition Financial Arena. Celebrate women in sports. To purchase a table, visit GreaterOrlandoSports.com.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Hey everybody, this is Josh and Chuck from the Stuff You Should Know podcast. And if you've ever wanted to know about champagne, Satanism, the Stonewall Uprising...
Oh, how about chaos theory, El Nino, LSD, little true crime sprinkled in? Or maybe something historical like Rosa Parks?
Yeah, if you want any of that or anything else you can think of, then look no further. We have you covered.
That's right. Listen to the Stuff You Should Know podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff You Should Know and start listening.
Want a big green egg? For the lowest price anywhere, go to Wassie's Meat Market. They'll deliver and set your big green egg up so that you're cooking before they leave. Follow Wassie's Meat Market on Instagram or go to wassiesmeatmarket.com for your big green egg today.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit floridashistoriccoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
Don't miss our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, are you having a good time?
Friday and Saturday, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu.
iHeartRadio, let's go!
Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Gold demand is hitting record highs, but supply may not keep up. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your retirement savings from a chaotic world. To learn how to diversify your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals, text the word SHELTER to 989898 for a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
Real Radio is on Threads at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 104.1.
It's time for the Froggers Football Forecast on the Jim Colbert Show.
Oh, yeah, time for the Froggers Football Forecast. It's back, baby! Tonight, Chiefs and Ravens kick off the 2024-2025 NFL season. Thanks to our good friends over at Froggers Oviedo up there in Altamont Springs as well. We just had some of their wonderful food today. Man, their wings are good. And that blue cheese is award-winning. Plus, they have that great pork sandwich. They had that breakfast burger, which is a burger with ham and an egg on it with some cheese.
Is that what? Did you eat that one today?
Ate a little bite of it today. Very nice.
I love the wings. I'm a big fan.
And I got to tell you, the thing, I told Jack this in the hallway today. I was walking in the hallway, and I was like, man, you cannot sleep on this pizza. They do a really good job with pizza.
You know what? From the first time that Michael and the crew of Froggers brought us pizza last year, I've pleasantly surprised. I did not expect pizza that good from Froggers, and I'll admit it, but it is good.
It's damn good.
Real good. They do a great job with the crust. But check it out. So Froggers, fresh, never frozen, but there's 4 area locations, and they are ready for football season. High-def TVs all over the place. You can watch the games there. They are in Oviedo, Mount Dora, Apopka, and Altamont Springs. To find the one near you, you go to Froggers.com. They sponsor our football forecast, and what we're going to do is we'll talk about a couple of the games that are happening over this first weekend of the NFL, and then on Tuesday we do it again, and we give away a prize, a $25 Froggers gift card, to the listener who can predict which one member of the show did best between me, Jim, and Deb.
That's right. Now, we're only going to do a few of the games today because of time. We don't sit here and rip through every game, but we are picking every game for the contest. So when you call next Tuesday, you will have to pick the one that member of the show that had the most games for the entire schedule that weekend. So, Jack,
no points, straight up. Who do you like tonight? Baltimore and at the Chiefs, defending 2-time Super Bowl champion Chiefs.
And I think the Chiefs are a 3-point favorite here.
Yeah.
And I have to tell you, they have the Ravens number. And I believe Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson, I think he's like 4-1 or 5-1 and something. I'm going with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Jimmy. This was the AFC Championship game. Baltimore lost. You don't think that this is the game they've been thinking about since then?
Sure, I know they've been thinking about
That's it.
I don't know if that's going to help.
That's it. Well, the Chiefs they're winning Super Bowls, dealing with the whole Taylor Swift. Are they breaking up? Is there a contract?
Is she drawing up plays?
Yeah. Is she drawing? Yeah. We don't know what's going on over there at Arrowhead Stadium, but we do know the Baltimore Ravens have been singularly focused on defeating the Chiefs in Week 1. And like you, I will pick the Chiefs to win.
Exactly. I knew that was coming because you're not a dummy, and that guy is like not even real. But the thing is, and the problem is, like I was talking to Brandon today, the unfortunate thing about games against Baltimore is there is a fourth quarter, and Lamar Jackson, for some reason, just can't pull it off against the Chiefs. He just does not have the best record against these guys. And then the fourth quarter seems to kind of stump him a little bit. So I like the Chiefs there.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the other good game here? Let's go.
We have a Friday game.
Oh, let's go to the Friday game.
So there's a game tomorrow. And
that's the Eagles-Packers.
It's in Brazil.
That's right. We have to choose the Eagles-Packers because of Deb.
Yeah.
I'm taking the Eagles here. I mean, I know they're expecting a lot of Jordan Love this season. The problem is, I just think the Eagles are too good.
I do. And they got better at Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And we know Deb will take the Packers, so we'll get one up on her on this game. With taking the Eagles.
Definitely taking the Eagles. All right, let's go to our teams, Jack. You like the Raiders?
I do.
The Raiders play the Chargers in L.A.
Yeah.
Of course, they're a massive favorite there, and that's who I have, as I have the Chargers.
Oh, buddy.
The autumn wind is a Raider.
Yeah, I know, buddy.
What did you know? Summer is unofficially over. That means it's autumn. The wind is a Raider.
Yeah.
And my Las Vegas Raiders will be victorious with the mustache Minshew leading the way.
I like that. I like that you get to walk out on that plank.
Yeah.
All right,
Raiders.
And we'll go with my last game we'll choose here. We'll go with my Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The Commanders at the Bucs. Of course, we're giving away tickets. We have a couple pair to give away.
Yeah.
I like the Bucs here. They are an overwhelming favorite. I just like the Bucs here. I think they're a better football team altogether. Playing at home, opener, and Washington has a pretty good roster, but a sketchy quarterback. So I like Tampa.
Yeah, despite Tampa not having a great preseason, they looked actually, I think in game 2, they frankly bad. Even, when your home team broadcasters are saying, wow, they look pretty bad, things are tough.
Yeah.
Since we carry the games here on Real Radio, I heard that. But I agree. I think Tampa puts it together for a Week 1 win. And matter of fact, you mentioned it. If you want to go, 2 ways to win. realradio.fm/contest or go to our Instagram at realradio1041. We're giving away 2 pair of tickets, so let's send a couple Bucs fans to the game.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm looking at our picks today and looking at the spreads and stuff, and although there are some very interesting stories out there, the spreads really don't make them that close. Jets at San Francisco, the return of Aaron Rodgers, but the Niners, of course, are an overwhelming favorite in that game.
They are.
Rams versus the Lions. Lions on the comeback trail. Lions are an overwhelming favorite against the Rams at home. So there's a lot of good football out there this weekend. I mean, the Browns-Dallas game is going to be interesting because we don't know what Dallas is done. We don't know how good Cleveland's going to be with Deshaun. So
it's fun. And the first couple weeks it's fun because they're still trying to figure themselves out.
Exactly.
And so it's hard for us to figure them out until you get to that week 2, week 3, when you it's like, okay, I see what's happening.
All right, well, very nice. Well, check out your football picks this weekend. Next Tuesday, we'll reconvene here, and we'll bring up 3 people. You figure out who you think on the show had the best record for the weekend, and you'll win yourself a $25 gift card to Frogger's Bar and Grill.
Mm-hmm.
Love those guys. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Take a little break. Come back. Danny Meyerings here. Date night done right. We'll do that right after this.
This has been the Froggers Football Forecast. Find the Froggers near you at Froggers.com. The new Real Music Weekends begin this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Traffic is backed up on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area for drivers traveling east and westbound on the interstate by the major attractions exits. Looking at accident activity at the intersection of Lee Vista Boulevard and Narcoossee Road. A crash is still blocking 2 right lanes northbound on 436 at 434. If you see traffic problems today, make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more, all at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
With over 100 million albums sold, 20 #1 hits, and 10 #1 albums, an evening of icons, an unforgettable night of classic hits. With the Commodores and Pointer Sisters. With special guests, the Spinners. November 14th, inside Hard Rock Event Center at Seminole Hard Rock, Tampa. Get tickets now at casino.hardrock.com/Tampa or Ticketmaster.com. Seminole Hard Rock, Tampa.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trenley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trenley Kramer, TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
And now another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey, shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
So you want to be my client. You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries. Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
You see any safe touch security signs anywhere?
Nope. Coast is clear, boss.
Good, because we got to stick to the Crooks Rust Golden Rule. Stay away from safe touch houses.
And businesses.
All right, MacGyver, let's go.
Call 888-723-8682 or go to safetouch.com. State licensee at 2001-945.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer. Real Radio is on X at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
In today's Marketers Report, Kate Cronin, Chief Brand Officer of Moderna, weighs in on the speed of audio production.
In this day and age, and particularly at Moderna, where we have new information coming out on a regular basis, being able to feed that information to the audio format makes being nimble and pivoting easy, and that's what I really like about it.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office, Orlando.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
This earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Frogger's Grill and Bar. We've got your sport fix covered.
Think orange for your next vehicle. OrangeBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because your case matters. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Also available to watch at The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
What up, guys? Sport from Duval.
Duval.
Katy Perry does what?
Yeah, dude.
My God.
Exactly.
Wow.
Uh-huh.
You know what? I ain't trying to be braggadocious or anything, but whenever I clean up around the house and do a little bit of chores, my wife gives me something too. You know what that is? She gives me more stuff to do.
Yeah,
that's what she does.
I don't.
Katy Perry. Later.
I don't get that kind of job. I just get another job. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back to the Jim Colbert Show here on No Radio 104.1. I am Jim. Jack is right over there. Let's do date night done right.
Whether you're dating and in love or married and in a fight, keep your romance shining bright. This is date night done right.
Give it up good and loud for our friend Danny Meyering from Orlando Date Night Guy. It's not the same with Deb not here. What's going on? Because Jack does that and it drives me crazy.
Whoa! Do I cheer for myself in this case?
Yeah. You have to.
Sounds like a clown in a box.
Whoa!
Stop. God almighty, please stop. I'm begging. I'm begging you. I feel like every time you talk, I should get a goldfish.
Ooh.
How you doing, Danny?
I'm doing pretty awesome, actually.
And that's good. You have a big fat smile on today. I love that.
I do.
Very good.
I've still got that I was just in the Keys glow.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
You got a little sun, too.
That and the edibles.
Yeah. That also helps. Danny appears courtesy of Orlando Date Night Guide, OrlandoDateNightGuide.com. And after her segment today, Jack will put it up at JimColbertLive.com if you miss anything. And plus, always remember that OrlandoDateNightGuide.com also has has tons and tons and tons of other stuff as well. We're only covering a few things that you've selected for our audience.
Indeed. Curated,
Yeah, curated.
as they say.
Absolutely. What do you have for us today, kiddo?
Well, shame on me. I just realized, I don't know, about a couple hours ago that this Sunday is Grandparents' Day.
Is it
so,
really?
Yeah. Poor grandparents. They don't get the love like Mother's
do
Day
not.
and Father's Day does.
And
so.
man, do they come through in a clutch sometimes.
They do.
They need a little more respect, I think. Maybe we should put some respect on Grandma and Grandpa's name.
Indeed. So just a heads up on that. If you got any grandparents in your life that you want to celebrate, then Sunday is a good excuse for that.
Is that a brunch scenario?
That, I would say, you want to be careful with the mimosas, right? Grandma maybe falling asleep in the eggs.
That's right, slinging panties. You don't want to do that.
But brunch might be a good idea. We're gathering together a couple of other events. There's a couple places that are doing grandparents eat free.
Oh, that's cool.
That sort of thing. So we will have that ready to go very shortly at orlando-parenting.com.
Very
We're
nice.
putting that on the parenting site
Very
this time
nice.
around. All right, so let's get into the date ideas. One of the more affordable things to do that I like to share once in a while is the CFC Arts group. They do performances, and this one is happening tomorrow through Sunday called All That Jazz. And this is an orchestra, a big band, and a vocal group. Its tickets are only $20, and you're going to be at the Dr. Phillips Center. They always do great performances, so that's a good idea, budget-friendly, $20 concert.
And if you really want to hear that room shine, jazz is the music that'll do it for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you have a lot of intricate things happening in that music, and it is the chillest music ever. I love it. And that room, again, sets up for that. When they lower the lights, you just kind of feel different,
Yeah.
It kind of feels fancy. It feels very fancy.
We don't have to tell anyone.
Yeah.
We actually aren't.
You feel fancy in Levi's, which is hard to do, but they figure it out.
Yeah. So I love those concerts because they're a great excuse to go to the Dr. Phillips Center that's gorgeous without spending, $100 and some odd dollars that you normally do for like a Broadway show. So again, that's happening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then a comedy show is happening at the Plaza Live tomorrow at 8 p.m. It's the Wait, stand-up tour. So the Wait, Don't Tell Me show on PBS.
Yeah, that's the NPR.
NPR,
It's PBS. It is PBS. I saw the story today on NPR, and it's interesting because they have the comics that are coming out for this thing. It's at Plaza Live, and it's with NPR and PBS. You think, it's going to be a bunch of encyclopedia jokes.
Right.
It is. It's not. Apparently, this is an uncensored show, and it's going to be like an adult show, which is kind of exciting, though. Because have you ever listened to Wait, Don't Tell Me?
It's been a while, but it's...
Look, man, when you want to step it up a little bit, when you want to move from the Daily Crossword up to the New York Times Crossword, that's the one you need to watch because there are some pretty out there references. It is really funny,
That's
though.
cool.
It's as funny as clean funny can be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one level up from JCS trivia.
Yeah, just one level, though. Just one.
I do love when I get the chance to be nerdy. I do love like NPR's podcast. They have some great ones.
They really do.
Yeah, that's a fun show, and tickets are about $50 there. But you're gonna probably laugh your rear end.
And I think there's like 4 comics. I think there's a number of them doing it. So
yeah,
is one of them Paula Poundstone?
No.
Okay, just checking.
No.
Oh my!
Well, did you hear her podcast with? Oh man! Okay? So I have a new podcast.
Okay,
I'll tell you about it. It's the guy Neil Brennan who used to write with Chappelle.
Yes,
interviews her about her alcoholism. Man, what a fascinating conversation.
Really?
Yeah. Paula Poundstone was the joint for about 4 years in comedy in the late '80s, and then she just poof.
I saw her at Gator Growl in '89.
Yeah.
Wow.
Murdered. Russ and I saw her at like a Bonkers.
Yeah.
Back when she was first starting out here in Orlando.
Wow.
You know who the door man was? Billy Gardell, the guy who has his own sitcom.
Yeah.
And the opener that night was Daryl Hammond from SNL.
Oh, wow.
Now Billy does Ozempic commercials.
Yeah. And just spends money. That's what he does.
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the golden years.
Yeah.
Also happening on Friday, if you want more of a wine scene, the Casino Royale Red Carpet Experience.
Really? Where's this?
This is at the Curious Cork Wine Provisions in Lake Nona. You saw me slow down there.
Say that again?
No, thank you.
Okay. Curious Court?
Thank you.
All right, very nice.
So this is Friday from 8 to 10 p.m. Tickets start at $15 if you just want to be able to walk into the joint and pretend you're fancy, and they go all the way up to $50 for like kind of the VIP experience, which is not bad. You'll get to do some casino games and exquisite wines and dazzling entertainment, as they say.
Yeah. It's a red carpet out. Yeah. Look, when you want something to be fancy, just put the word Royale in it.
That's true.
And then serve wine.
Spaghetti Royale.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's terrible. Don't do that. No Spaghetti Royale.
I got the mom jokes.
Yeah, okay, good. Thanks. I appreciate that. Just bring the mom wine next time. By the way, are they who's doing the wine for these guys? Do you know it's just the event there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but it is a nice little wine bar there in Lake
Cool.
Nona.
Awesome.
They opened up less than a year ago. So yeah. If you're more into the beer than the wine, then on Saturday from 12 to 4, 1010 Brewing is doing a special beer release in support of Second Harvest Food Bank. And it's called 30 in 30 because they are doing 30 ways to support the community in 30 days.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's a $10 release party. You get a sample of the beer. There's going to have entertainment, and it's always a good reason to go down that way. And especially that day, also on Saturday, is the Red Bull Double or Nothing. So perhaps you go hit up 1010, get yourself a beer. That starts at noon, and then the Red Bull Double or Nothing is like a wakeboarding contest out there on Lake Ivanhoe.
Oh, that's cool.
So maybe walk on down there and see that. You
That's
can do a little
badass.
double header there.
That used to be a place they did that. Then for the longest time, you'd never see anybody in that
Yeah.
lake. So it's coming back, and that's cool. 1010's right down the road.
Yep.
So you get your beer and then walk. That's the same company the same brewery that did our charity beer called L Bump. And they're wonderful people, by the way.
Yeah,
And they
I
cook,
love that
They cook
brewery.
all their menu food on a big green egg as well.
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
out there on the sidewalk. It's just crazy. But and their wings there, when you get their smoked wings off the egg, are damn good, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I love a brewery that does food.
Yeah,
and,
yeah,
and
for
they
sure.
do it well, absolutely. And that Ivanhoe Park Village, all those businesses need a little extra love with the construction that's going
Yes,
on.
they do.
So the Red Bull competition kicks off at 9 a.m. and it goes until 4 p.m. It's free to watch, so it'll be a good time to go down there.
Nice.
Also, kind of in that area, Mills 50 area at Will's Pub, they are celebrating their 29th anniversary on Saturday at 7 p.m., so that's going to be a good time. So lots happening right down that way. And then on Sunday, if you want something a little more relaxed, then Music at the Casa is being put on by Blue Bamboo. The Don Soledad Trio. If I mispronounced that, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Don't worry about it.
But that's Sunday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and it's free. He's a guitarist, recording artist, and the Casa Feliz there on North Park Avenue is
It's
gorgeous.
beautiful. Yeah. It's legendary here in Central Florida. If you haven't been over there, it's like one of those spots.
That's the house they had to move,
They had to
right?
move that, yeah.
I got to tour it before they moved it. They
Yeah.
had to drag it through town.
Jim talked about that at length. They literally put that thing on a trailer and said, "We'll just put it over here."
Yeah.
And they moved an entire straight up mansion.
That's
I think it was
cool.
built in like the 20s or 30s or something. Yeah.
Yeah, popular wedding venue.
Yes,
so
for sure.
That's a good excuse. Maybe bring someone that like you're kind of serious about and scope it out. Maybe you want to have your ceremony there. Who knows? So lastly, next Tuesday and Thursday at Disney Springs Wine Bar George, there's going to be a Learn to Taste Wine like a Master Sommelier with George.
George Miliotis?
Yes.
Miliotis? Something like that.
We'll
I
go
can
with
never
that.
I can never
I
get his
know.
name right. I
Did
just
you?
know he knows damn good wine.
Absolutely. And he is one of
Yeah.
279 master sommeliers in the entire world. Sommeliers, excuse me, not sommeliers.
Sommelier. That smell seems like you ate beans last night.
Boy, what a way to take one of the most exclusive groups of human beings and turn it into a fifth grade joke. That's great.
You're welcome. You are
There's only
welcome.
200 smelly asses in the entire world.
So George himself will be there, and that's Tuesday and Thursday next week from 12 to 1:30 p.m. So I don't know if you don't have to work that day, then go for it. That's
Sure.
a good excuse. And you'll get to blind taste 6 different wines. It is $160, but I mean, you are learning from a master.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. Yes. And the good thing is, I mean, if you talk to anybody about George in town, obviously when you're one of 200, you're that guy. But very approachable cat and picks out really good wines. And the biggest misconception with wine is that it has to be good to be expensive or expensive to be good, and that's not the case. A number of times he's picked out bottles that are $35-$40 that are very good, very drinkable, delicious, very pairable. So he knows his stuff. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's like people pretend I always used to get nervous, like drinking wine, like, am I tasting the right things?
Right,
and
yeah.
what am I supposed to pick up on? So learning from someone like him is definitely a good idea.
Also telling you where to put it in your mouth and how to aerate the
Yeah.
wine to make sure you can taste those nuances, because everybody can't. I can't taste a bunch of them. I mean, I can taste some of them. You know, you can get 2 or 3 of those notes, but man, some of those people can get in there.
It's like, this was made on January 6th at 7 p.m. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
when I do the cigar thing, or like notes of white pepper, I'm like, shut up. I'm like, shut up. Literally, the one is like in a hint of tangerine. I'm like, no, there's no tangerine in there. That's tobacco, dog.
You're making
that
stuff
is
up.
tobacco. Yeah.
So if you're not a wine person, then the good news is Oktoberfest starts to kick off next weekend. So and goes all the way through October, of course. So, of course, we have a list of Oktoberfest events at OrlandoDateNightGuide.com.
Very
So
nice.
Check that out.
And you know it's Oktoberfest because all the beers are already starting to hit the grocery stores. I saw Sam Adams Oktoberfest, which is damn good, by the way. It's one of the OG ones. And I remember I met Jim Cook years ago. He's the guy who runs Sam Adams. I met him years ago when we first started radio. He actually came into the studio himself with a cooler full of Sam Adams, and we sat there and drank beer at like 8 o'clock in the morning talking about beer. And this is no joke. This guy who owns the company, and he had that Oktoberfest, and from that moment, I've been addicted to it. It's very, very good. Sam Smith makes a good one. A lot of good ones out there, man.
Yeah. It's good drinking time.
Got a lot of good locally brewed Oktoberfest beers as well.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks, Danny. We appreciate it. Good job.
Thank you.
You going to hang out with us for a little bit?
Yeah, I think so.
Very
Why not?
nice. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. A Florida man tries to do something we've all thought of at least once. I'll tell you what that is next.
Date Night Done Right is brought to you by that mortgage guy, Don. Mortgage brokers are better. Why? They do all of their loans through national wholesale lenders. It'll still be your standard FHA, VA, or conventional loan, but they have access to dozens of wholesale banks competing for your business. And government studies prove buyers save $9,400 on average with a mortgage broker. That mortgage guy, Don, will give you a comparison quote today. Just go to thatmortgageguyDon.com. It's peace of mind at your fingertips, so don't miss the boat. Compare your quote at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
Don't miss the boat. Compare your quote with thatmortgageguyDon.com.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Shop the best quality jewelry and lowest price. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Drivers can expect slow traffic on I-4 in the usual spots this afternoon for those traveling between Fairbanks and South Street, between 536 and Central Florida Parkway. Still seeing delays due to an earlier crash reported at Lee Vista Boulevard and Narcoossee. A new crash has been reported eastbound on the beach line near the Narcoossee exit as well. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Rasmussen University.
At Rasmussen University, we offer a full suite of nursing programs from pre-licensure to doctoral, online and on campus. Programs vary by campus. Learn more at rasmussen.edu/Florida.
Hey, guys, right here in Central Florida, you know what? It gets hot, and it stays that way for a while. You have to ask yourself, is my AC ready to go all summer long? Well, if you've even made it this far and you think there's a possibility it could quit on you, get with my friends over at Mills Air. These guys have been in business since 92. That's 30 plus years of experience in keeping you nice and cool here in Central Florida. And not only are their techs awesome people, nice people, very easy to talk to and very easy to understand, they know these brands inside and out. You don't even have to know what kind of AC you have. They can repair it. But if you do need a new unit, they are Carrier Factory authorized dealers, and that means up to $1,275 in rebates towards that brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and you can always turn to the experts at family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call these guys today. Schedule that very important appointment. That preventive maintenance plan is a must. 407-277-1159. Online, it's easy. MillsAir.com.
Sponsored by the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home at thenickley.com.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One. And $1,000.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas. September 20th and 21st.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
The human soul requires a minimum daily requirement of entertainment. Welcome to MGM Rewards. With the greatest live shows on earth, they have all the entertainment you can handle and more. Book now and make the most of your Vegas getaway at MGMRewards.com.
And now, another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey, shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Shh. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Hey, it's that mortgage guy, Don. Good news. Mortgage rates have improved again this week. Get your quote for a refinance to lower payments or get cash out at thatmortgageguyDon.com.
ThatmortgageguyDon.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. Limited time. To learn more, visit one of our 10 Orlando Sleep Number stores or visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, football fans, get the ultimate game day experience at Stadium Club, the newest and most immersive sports bar in Orlando. With a mind-blowing 360-degree wraparound screen and over 100 HD TVs, you won't miss a single play. Feeling competitive? Try our interactive sports simulators and challenge your friends. Score big with unbeatable food and drink specials during every college and pro game. Stadium Club is the ultimate good time. Join us on game day and let's make some noise. Check out stadiumclub.com today.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best, with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, one firm for life.
Hi, this is Earl Ron. New South Window lives southern weather, and our Energy Star windows and doors are designed to keep the heat out and the cool air in. Get New South proud.
Going on now. Buy more and save more on all New South products. Volume discounts up to 30% off.
Kevin Sorbo here, and I have an important message to share. If you owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved over $500 million for their clients. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few million, they can help you.
Call Tax Network USA at 800-728-2000 or visit tnusa.com. That's 800-728-2000 or visit tnusa.com.
This is the sound of turning small bets into legendary wins. Only on the Hard Rock Bet Sportsbook app. The sound of parlays, the sound of paydays, the sound of watching the game will never be the same. Hard Rock Bet has already paid out millions and millions in parlays to people across Florida. Download Hard Rock Bet now, and if your first bet doesn't win, get up to $100 back as a bonus bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to play. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
When you're injured on the job, you need more than just a workers' comp lawyer. When you need a fighter, you need us. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
A1Garage.com. A1 from day one.
Now back to the Jim Colbert Show.
how's it, everyone? Oh, speaking of Don Soledad, he used to play all the time at this place on Wickham here in Melbourne called the World Cafe. Seen him a half a dozen times. He's an extremely talented flamenco guitarist. It's a not miss show. Definitely check him out. Don Soledad, anywhere you can see him, go check him out. Aloha.
Aloha, brother.
Hey guys, happy day. I am not a proponent of, nor do I condone using fentanyl, nor do I condone picking up and playing with fentanyl. But all the reports of the cops that are passing out, thinking they're having a fentanyl reaction and getting Narcaned 5-6 times, and they're all freaking out. They're having panic attacks. The big story about the cop that fell out did not have any fentanyl in his system. He just had a panic attack because of what he heard about it.
Jim. Jack.
Oh, God, this.
Come on, bro. Vero Beach, bro.
Is that guy's flex?
Yes.
Is that guy's flex? Did he just do that?
Yeah. James is flexing because
he said bro twice and then just said Vero Beach and peaced out.
Yeah, and then you can hear the wind. You know he's sitting on the beach right now.
Oh, yeah,
which is perfect with this surf music, I believe. But
you son of a bitch.
But he's going on an anniversary cruise because I heard him leave a hot take with the Monsters, and he said he's going to spend a couple days in Vero, then hop a Canaveral and go on a cruise ship.
This guy can't stop flexing.
James always flexes about what he's doing.
Yeah. My son just fighter piloted him way through the 4 Koreans, North Korean fighter planes, and my daughter just dug me a basement. Not flexing or anything, but God Almighty, it's like every time he's like, just got the new Camaro. There's only one made. Got it, drove it in the water, just left it there. All right, 407.
We'll call him Flexi James.
916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Danny Meyering sitting in for a little bit this afternoon. Thanks for hanging out. We appreciate that. Jack is always here as well.
Yeah.
I told you guys the Florida man story, but somebody on the texting service said, did I miss which Taco Bell is the worst? So we'll do that now.
You did.
This is a Yahoo News story, a national story, front page, by the way. It says, not all Taco Bells are created equal. Now, I got to tell you, I'm going to be dead honest with you, and I have nothing against the Taco Bell brand. I really don't. God bless them. Do what you got to do, I am not a Taco Bell fan. I have not had a Taco Bell product, and it's at least a decade. It actually may be longer. Are you a Taco Bell girl?
No.
No? Not feeling it?
I've only had, honestly, maybe a dozen times in my life. Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Very, very small, but I don't mind. It's okay for me, but I'm intimidated by that foreign menu.
Yeah, gotcha, 100%. Right. The very diverse foreign flavors of Taco Bell.
Yeah.
My son lived on it because you can get a meal for back in the day,
Oh, yeah.
you could get a meal for $5.
Yeah.
High school, I was definitely there.
Yeah. But I think it's a little different now.
Mm.
Anyway, according to this report, this is Fast Company, by the way, the worst Taco Bell location in the entire United States is right here in Central Florida.
Yeah,
of course.
And you did say, of course, when I read it. The funny thing is, I read the headline and I'm like,
please.
Well, there's no way it's not anywhere else. There's no way it's somewhere. There's no way it's in Mississippi or Alaska or Hawaii or Idaho. There's no way.
That's about all they got.
It's got to be in Florida because that's what happens to us.
Okay, that's fair.
It's located in Florida, by the way. It's the lowest scoring fast food restaurant location. Business Magazine said in its report published last month, the best one, I guess, is in California. It determined these rankings by analyzing Taco Bell locations, excluding the cantina locations. So those are the ones that serve alcohol, right? They got a little bar or whatever.
High end.
They have to have at least 50 reviews on Google Maps, and then they weigh their ratings. And I'm trying to it was okay. I guess this one has just opened up, and this was the review from the person who went in for the magazine to review it for this piece. Not a good first impression considering this place just opened. The food wasn't great at all, to be honest. The burritos were a mess. They had missing ingredients. My Supreme Chalupa was actually missing tomato and cheese. And just so you know, that's 2 of the 4 ingredients. Yes. Even paid $1 extra for the steak, so it's laughable. Take a gamble if you wish. I did, and I don't know what he says. I did and was pants. I don't know what that means.
Is that terminology the kids are using
Yeah,
these
maybe
days?
so. It says you might
They
get
pants me, bro.
you might get good food, but who knows? Maybe it will improve in time.
Come on, you can't. Any new restaurant, you gotta let them get their feet under them.
All right. The second worst one's in Cincinnati. The third worst one is in New York, Jack, Queensbury. I don't know where that is.
Where is the worst one here?
Hold on.
Oh boy.
The fourth worst one was Hanover Park in Illinois, and the number one worst Taco Bell in the entire country goes to Deltona, Florida.
Oh,
Deltona.
Yeah, Smeltona coming in strong yet again. Yeah,
Can we claim Deltona?
Yeah,
Okay.
that is okay. Look, it's Central Florida enough for me to do this.
Central
for sure.
Florida adjacent.
Yeah, it is. They even give the location. They are not joking about it. Like it is the one here.
Back up a minute. Who's the reviewer?
This is Fast Company, the magazine or the website Fast
Yeah.
Company.
Okay,
it's a business magazine
that it specializes in fast food restaurants.
I just think they're just writing this piece.
Yeah, they're essentially like we would call them a content farm. Like they
Okay.
just do best of lists out the yin yang.
Yeah, exactly. There are a number of people that do that. It's actually pretty good content sometimes.
Yeah.
This one's at 1519 Saxon Avenue. And by the way, when I mentioned it earlier in the show, only 6,000 people guessed it on the texting service. I'm serious. There must have been 10
Really?
people who are like, oh, I know which one it is. And they just built the damn thing. And sure enough, it was exactly that one.
Wow.
Which is wild. Usually, it's post-training. Like it's, you're right there.
Everyone's fired up.
And you're fired up, brand new store. Everything's clean. You feel like you owe it to serve good food. They
Right.
do not do it.
All right, Deltona, step it up.
Step it up, Deltona. And it said also it has the best ones as well. The best one is in Pacifica, California.
Now, I feel like with all the Mexican food out in California,
Yeah, but they're talking about.
I guess they got to compete.
Yeah, they're talking about Taco Bells. So
Yeah.
I mean, we don't.
Yeah, but I think what Danny's saying is because of the competition with all of the Tex-Mex there, they have to raise their game to a level to compete with that.
Yeah.
That by far they're going to blow away every other Taco Bell.
Oh yeah. Their score was in the negative. Their score was negative, for all the stuff, all the indicators.
The Deltona one?
Yeah, that was negative.
Oh, Deltona.
Yeah. Absolutely.
We want a redo.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
So is it based on that person's visit and then the online reviews are weighed? Is what you said?
I'm guessing that's what it is. I mean, they just probably went in, they did a few. And look, do you think I think that these guys went to every Taco Bell in the country?
Right.
No.
I hate to be that guy's primary care
Right,
doctor.
exactly. Right.
Plosman Law's coming up next.
Yes.
Glenn often brings in food. Let's have him bring in Taco Bell from this Deltona Taco Bell.
God.
And we'll have him here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, we will not. And
Why do you hate Jim, Jack?
He can take the Sunrail there and back.
No, I'm not having it. Not a Taco Bell to begin with, guy. Not a Taco Bell after the fact, guy. Even if they're spending money, sorry. Not my favorite fast food. I mean, look, are there any other fast food tacos?
Yeah, Del Taco.
Yeah, but I mean, where? How many? Like 5 of them in the entire world?
No, actually, I believe
There's a new one on 52.
They're number one in the country.
No, what I'm saying
for
is
fast food taco.
But how many locations are here in Central Florida? I mean, it's not like Taco Bell where you can see one every 6 blocks.
No, there's not a lot here, but they are more popular Midwest.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy, though, considering how many burger joints there are and how many other kind of fast food products there are, that really there's one dominant taco franchise, and it's Taco Bell. And really, to be honest with you, I mean, it's not like, in the burger world, you can do that. Like you can do a Culver's burger, or you can do like a down and dirty burger. You can just go to a place that serves like your basic ass burger. So I'm saying with Taco Bell, and there used to be a lot of places like Tico Taco was in town for a while. What was the other one? There were a number of other ones like not Taco Bell. It's but nobody's taking a
Del Taco, guess how many there are? Over 17 states.
Over 17 states.
Yeah.
God, that's not even what's that? Just right at a third.
I'm going to go 25,000.
You think it's 25,000? God, really? In 17 states? I'll go 2,200.
Yeah, 595.
Math is clearly not my strong suit.
595 Del Tacos. How many Taco Bells?
I'll go with Danny's choice. I'll go 25,000. No.
That was it.
It's a whole hot. It's a little. That's hot.
Yeah.
In the U.S. or in those states?
Number of locations.
In the U.S. or total?
Total.
Oh man, it's less than 25,000.
God bless.
Wow, really? I thought they
It's
were
been-
right up there with like Subway and McDonald's when it comes to locations. I'll go 7,000.
8,564.
Wow.
That's still quite a bit, though.
I seriously could not play the prices right.
My God. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. We'll take a little break. Come back with Colbert Quarter, but Glenn Klausman in house next.
Real radio is the news junkie.
Let's work in Big Al, who has a dispatch about the Chimp Crazy show.
Sean, it is sad. Call me a wussy if you want, but at least I have a heart and I don't laugh at my girlfriend when she cries. Wiggle, wiggle, pop, pop.
Thanks,
All right,
wussy.
The news junkie. Weekdays at 11 on Real Radio 104.1.
This weather report is brought to you by Mills Air.
Hey there, Central Florida. This is Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard here with your Thursday afternoon forecast. Going to be seeing much more of those widespread showers and thunderstorms really start to pop up as we head through the rest of the afternoon. By 3 o'clock, we could be seeing a 90% chance of very widespread showers and thunderstorms spanning across the region, starting across I-95 and then slowly pushing west, possibly stalling over downtown Orlando, so be prepared for a lot of rain as we head through the rest of the afternoon.
This report is sponsored by Nasal Guard. People who suffer from allergies use Nasal Guard to prevent them. Nasal Guard's innovative gel and spray products protect you from all airborne allergens, no matter what the forecast holds. Visit Amazon, Walmart, or NasalGuard.com today. Breathe better this spring. NasalGuard.com.
Hey everybody, this is Josh and Chuck from the Stuff You Should Know podcast. And if you've ever wanted to know about champagne, Satanism, the Stonewall Uprising...
Oh, how about chaos theory, El Nino, LSD, little true crime sprinkled in, or maybe something historical like Rosa Parks?
Yeah, if you want any of that or anything else you can think of, then look no further. We have you covered.
That's right. Listen to the Stuff You Should Know podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff You Should Know and start listening.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman from the injury law firm of Kaufman Lind. I bought a pair of Jordan 5s off eBay. They went through the authentication process. When they got here, something was wrong with them. I put them on and they immediately self-destructed. I contacted eBay. They said they weren't responsible. I filed multiple emails, photos, complaints. I didn't stop till I won. That's what I did for a pair of tennis shoes. Imagine what I would do for you. Contact me at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333, offices Orlando.
It's the Central Florida International Auto Show at the Orange County Convention Center, November 14th through the 17th. Explore new cars, trucks, SUVs, and more. Buy tickets now and save $2 per ticket. Get tickets at OrlandoAutoShow.com.
Millions of people are losing weight on semaglutide, the main ingredient in Ozempic. Are you ready to join the weight loss revolution? At Red Mountain Weight Loss, we can help with high-quality FDA-approved medications and the support of our licensed medical team. The doctors at Red Mountain have been at the forefront of medical weight loss for over 25 years. We offer meal plans to speed your progress and medical solutions for side effects or muscle loss, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. Trust your weight loss journey to a medical practice, not an online pharmacy. At Red Mountain Weight Loss, we offer quality semaglutide, medical supervision, and ongoing support, all for less than half the price of Ozempic. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain Weight Loss. Full strength semaglutide in stock and ready to ship today.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In Office Orlando.
This message is sponsored by the Florida A&M University Medical Marijuana Education and Research Initiative, the Florida Association of Broadcasters, and this radio station.
Mary on Demand is live. Start your marijuana education journey today and learn more with Mary on Demand. Take the self-guided education series at your own pace. You'll decide what you'd like to learn and when. Visit mary.famu.edu to learn more. That's mmeri.famu.edu. Mary, educate, learn, talk.
Kevin Sorbo here, and I have an important message to share. If you owe the IRS back taxes, they can garnish your wages and levy your bank accounts. They can even seize your retirement or take your home. Tax Network USA is A+ rated and has saved over $500 million for their clients. Whether you owe a few thousand or a few million, they can help you.
Call Tax Network USA at 800-728-2000 or visit tnusa.com. That's 800-728-2000 or visit tnusa.com.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. But when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
It's the Greater Orlando Sports Commission's Celebrating Women in Sports Luncheon, presented by Orlando Health Jewett Orthopedic Institute. Wednesday, September 25th at Addition Financial Arena. Celebrate women in sports. To purchase a table, visit GreaterOrlandoSports.com.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
You can watch radio being made on a daily basis at Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Another place that sells tacos is Jack in the Box. Though I don't think there's any in this area at the moment, but they crop up from time to time. But when I was out in Vegas, I had one of their tacos, and they were pretty good, and they sell burritos and everything else, too. So, all right.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I didn't bring up Jack in the Box is because is there one in town? Are there any in town? I remember that they were coming into town, but I don't know if they're here yet or not.
It was news that they were coming, but I haven't been following because I just remember seeing tacos and burgers on the same menu. Right. Was like a mind blown for me. And
then Jack in the Box and In-N-Out were strictly West Coast brands for the longest time, and of course they're starting to slowly eke over this way. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. That's a talk back. If you would like to do that, you can. It's free. Just get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it, and use that microphone to send your comment over to Jack. We'll get you on the air, and you two friends can be a radio superstar. All right, I'm Jim. There's Danny.
Hi.
Jack is here as well.
Yeah.
Let's do Colbert Court.
What you are listening to is real. Well, sort of. The participants are not actors. That's a fact. This is, however, a real case that will be decided here in our forum, the Colbert Court.
Colbert Court brought to you by our good friend Glenn Klausman at Klausman Law. That's KLAUSMAN Law.com. Office is right there in Winter Park. 407-917-1718. Car crash. Call Klausman. Guys, give it up good and loud for our friend, Mr. Glenn Klausman. Yeah. Hold on. Let him get your mic turned up. Hold on.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there you go. You've got it on. Jack had it turned down. There you go.
All right. I thought Jack in the Box was brought up because Jack liked the name.
Yeah. And Jack does like the name.
I do, and I was always fond of it as a kid, having never eaten there.
Yeah.
Never eaten, but I'm a fan of the name.
The story I remember about Jack in the Box is they had an E. coli outbreak.
Ooh, yeah.
Years and years ago, and it was it didn't go out. It didn't turn out well for them.
Well, guess what? They have 20 planned locations for Orlando area.
Yeah. It's coming soon.
Everybody's coming here.
Yeah, man.
Yep.
Yeah, look, man, when this burgeoning like food and bev thing hit Orlando and it went crazy about 6-7 years ago, everybody, like when you look around, all these giant chefs are coming down and opening up brands all around town. You're getting James Beard Awards, Michelin stars. I mean, we have arrived when it comes to that world. I mean, look, this is not just us saying this. I mean, these are national publications putting Orlando on the food map, on the culinary map. So,
and it's not just the high-end stuff; it's all everything.
Yeah,
all the fast food, everything.
You know, and Fayez,
one after another.
And Fayez will tell you that Orlando does not. I mean, and I get complaints that Fayez talks about Asian food and fusion food and Vietnamese food a lot
and stuff I don't understand.
Yeah, right. That's really his passion. But in reality, one of the reasons he talks about it is he's showcasing what's really kind of putting us on the map. Because if you look when it comes to culinary diversity, I mean, that we are killing it. I mean, we are straight. This is a very transient area of the nation. And when you have so many different cultures coming in and out of Central Florida, they need to be served. And you have everything from great African food here to really Filipino, Thai. We have it all.
Yep.
And I eat it all, man. Bring it on.
Yeah, I love it as well. You don't like spicy stuff, do you, Glenn?
Not too much.
Not too much.
There's certain peppers that end up blistering my tongue or mouth.
Oh, really? Yeah. Well, Glenn is a personal injury attorney here in Central Florida, focusing on car injuries. He's one of the best in the town, actually one of the best in the country at that. He's the guy that other attorneys call super lawyer, elite lawyer, all the lists you need to be on, you're on.
I think you're puffing it up a little too much, but whatever.
I think you're just getting embarrassed, and that's fine.
Oh.
Yeah. What do you have for us this week, by the way, buddy?
Well, we talked about last time, or maybe the time before that. I have an elderly gentleman in his 90s that ended up in a car crash and ended up with a fractured neck. And because of the fracture in his neck, he has to be in a hard cervical collar.
And by the way, let me reflect on this so everybody understands. This guy was in great shape, very active. He still drove, and his wife is still alive, and they are very active gardening and everything like this. So this guy really had a very active life, even at 92 years old.
Right, correct. Driving somewhere every day almost. Anyway, he's in this hard collar, so he doesn't move his neck, because if he moves his neck, he can move it the wrong way and end up paralyzed. So we talked about, if you were the lawyer, what would you think the fair compensation for him would be? He's at 92 years old, let's say.
Yeah, and it's an interesting question there, right? Because, I mean, what could your quality of life be at 92 years old, and what could that represent monetarily,
And how many years was it taken away from him and that sort of thing. So I had a couple, this is one of the first for me, I had a couple texters text me wanting to know what was going on with it.
They were fascinated by the story?
Yeah, and I'm not sure why. I just texted them back saying, it's just in its starting out. So I thought it might be interesting for us today, for you all to assume you're the lawyer. How would you best go about presenting this fellow's case so that he would get the maximum compensation he's entitled to?
Now, and to reflect, I mean, like Glenn was saying, 92 years old. His wife, I think, also in her 90s as well.
92 also.
Yeah, 92 also. Both very active people in great shape, took good care of himself, walked and everything like that.
Right.
Had interactions with his family still. Gets in an accident. Like you said, he's in a hard collar now. Cannot have that lifestyle.
Right.
Driving is difficult.
Driving's out.
Yeah,
out
completely.
He has to ambulate with a walker so that he doesn't fall, and because if he falls, he could end up paralyzed or deceased.
And also, his wife doesn't. He was the driver for her as well, so this affects her quality of life.
Right, she didn't drive. They would go out to eat all the time. They just enjoyed themselves in their senior years, golden years.
And then the last time when we got together, we're trying to figure out how much they should get rewarded based on that. What were you going to say?
Compensated.
It's not. They're clearly not the average 90-year-old. So you definitely have to establish and prove how their life and how special it is. And to kind of have, they've been working so hard to have such a high quality of life and then to lose it, essentially.
I would agree with that. You have to
took care of himself all his life,
right?
To live as long as he can live and enjoy life as much as he could. Yeah.
I mean, I got to tell you, man, I think it's to me, it looks relatively straightforward. I mean, you go to the jury and just kind of lay out the facts. Hey, look, this gentleman had taken care of himself. He did all the things you're supposed to do his entire life. He and his wife both look at him. They're in great shape. Yeah. Maybe show some photographs of some things they were doing, maybe video of some things they were doing, maybe some testimony from their kids or friends and family to let them know how active they were, playing pickleball or game nights or whatever the case may be, going to church regularly. And then, of course, paint the opposite picture of that was their life then and this is their life now. That's kind of what I would do.
And the best way to present it, you would show pictures, and if they have videos, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe social media posts.
I was going to say, this is where hopefully they're a little active on social media for being, an older generation.
But, I think the testimony of their kids or testimony of friends or church members that know them that could come in and testify under oath that was the case. They were very active, and how their attitude has changed toward life since the accident.
Wait staff manager at the restaurants they used to frequent.
Yeah.
They could also say how often they would come in.
Yeah. Yeah.
That'd be an interesting summons.
All
or
that
petition.
stuff. Yeah. Is that exactly what you would do?
I mean, that's some of it, but a part of it is how to best present it with photos, with the videos. That they haven't done social media, so it's not a matter of going to social media and pulling that stuff up.
All right, very nice.
So it's.
What about past physicals with their doctor?
Ooh.
Did you use that?
What was it?
Past physicals.
Like your annual physical with your PCP.
And a good point, because their primary doctor would come in and testify that they were in amazing shape for being 92 years old.
That's a great point. I would have never thought about that.
Primary doctors?
Yeah.
I mean, I just had kind of a bad one. So
Absolutely.
This feels less like Glenn quizzing us as Glenn having us do his homework.
Yeah, exactly. He's secretly taping this, right?
No. And
let me ask you real quick.
Sure.
She was about to say something, and I kind of picked up on it.
All right.
And this may be a bit crass, but I'll ask. I mean, did they have a physical relationship at this age, and would that have come into play?
It's a very interesting question, because apparently there was some.
Wow!
Yes.
Yes.
Get it.
And see, the situation.
There's hope for you, people.
Hard collar on and you can't move. If you're a side sleeper or a stomach sleeper, and not just a flat, straight sleeper, from now on you're a flat, straight sleeper.
Right. That's it.
And you're not moving around. Yeah, that's.
Got to get a different bed,
buddy. Listen, that's a quality of life scenario that you cannot. Can you really put a price on that?
Yeah. Well, you have to.
You can.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to.
Yeah, but but that's an interesting. That's an interesting math equation, right? Okay, so you tell me at 92 years old,
Right.
what does a physical relationship that comes to an end at 92 years old? What's that worth?
Yeah.
I would think that almost not laughable by any means, but I would think that would be something in court that a lot of people would not consider. When you bring the age into play.
Yeah, I think if you're talking about a physical relationship in a bedroom, I think that's just a very small part of what's happened here. When you look at the big picture, everything else.
I don't know. Maybe ask his wife.
Okay, but hold on for a second. Let me. I won't push back on that.
Okay,
but I'll add to that. So how could you quantify that? But because here's the thing: what if our relationship was based on not based on, but a big part of my relationship was being physical like that? How could even at that age? How could you quantify that it wouldn't be that big of a factor, even if it was only once every 2 or 3 months? But that was one of my favorite parts of my life.
But when you consider the fact that the person is essentially a prisoner in their home, where before they had so much activity, where he can't even go upstairs. He can't walk around and do what he wants to do walking around. He's got to have a walker, and he's pretty much confined to his home unless somebody's driving him somewhere.
Have you spoken to him since?
Oh yeah.
Can I ask if is like depression or any kind of morose, the mentality changing?
I'm sure, yes, absolutely there is. And, one of the things I try to do, especially when we have a serious injury like this, is to meet with the folks as much as I possibly can. And one of the first things we did in this case is there's a concern when you have somebody that's in that age bracket that the other side is going to delay the case as long as they can, hoping the person dies.
Oh, that's so dirty.
It's the way it is.
That's so dirty.
So right now, cases, when you file a lawsuit, cases might go to trial in 1.5 years, 2 years.
There's no special expediting you can do, or you can't.
That's a great question. There is.
Really?
That's a great question. There is. There is a law that if somebody's age is a reason to move up the trial date, or their health is a reason to move up the trial date, you can ask the judge to do that. And that's what we did in this case, and we got the trial date moved up. Instead of 18 months or 2 years, we're now looking at going to trial in February.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So, and maybe the case will resolve itself before then. What you do is you have a mediation that we have scheduled that the other side will get a presentation from us and see what we can present at trial and understand that they should be paying all the money that's available in the insurance to pay.
And fault's not in question here, right? This is purely the negotiating of the damages.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And one of the things that I do when I have a situation like this is I hire a local company that does what lawyers call a day in the life presentation. So we have a professional videographer go out. He does the interviews. He will go to take photos and video of the office that was upstairs that this gentleman can no longer go to. He'll figure out the best way to present the day in the life that this fellow is now stuck with that he couldn't do before, and then we'll compare him to photos and things like that.
Wow.
That's going to be very compelling.
Right.
When you think about going up there and there's pictures of him maybe working at his desk or in that office designing something or whatever he did, and you not even have access to that room anymore. That would be very powerful.
Yeah.
Just going to ask, does a jury award this, or is this a bench award?
There's a certain amount of insurance that we have asked them to pay, and we'll see if they ultimately pay it. If they don't, we will have a mediation where a mediator listens to our presentation. They make a presentation to our folks, and we negotiate back and forth, but there's not going to be really much negotiating here from our end because we believe that this case is worth even more than the insurance that's available for this company.
Right.
And if that doesn't settle the case, then you go forward and you've got a trial where a jury's going to decide it.
Wow.
And Glenn, to reiterate, if this man passes away before a settlement, the insurance company's off the hook?
No, not at all. Not at all, because he's gone through what he's gone through up until that point in time, and now his wife has lost him, and she's got a claim for that, and not at all. But it potentially, from an insurance company's perspective, diminishes what they think the value is that a jury would award, as opposed to a number of years of this man suffering the way he's going to suffer.
Mm-hmm. And let me ask, and this is going to sound a little odd, but I'll ask it.
It won't be the first time.
Get him, Glenn.
This isn't like a Facebook Marketplace negotiation like I would do. Like I'd pull up and see a wheelbarrow, like I know you want 100 for it. I got 35 on me. Will you take it? And I'm kind of being silly here, but what I'm saying is this: when you negotiate what's obviously going to be a pretty large settlement, right? I mean, probably a 7-figure settlement.
Mm-hmm.
When you negotiate something of that level, do you have to treat like you're like street negotiating with insurance companies? If you're looking for 2.5, do you have to go in asking for 4? Do you play those kind of games?
Yeah,
isn't that? I mean, but you know what I'm saying, though, right?
I know what you're saying. If you start out at the number that you're willing to take, what's the point? There's no negotiating.
There's no work.
Right. There's no negotiating. And sometimes you go in and you say, look, this is all the insurance that you've got that can pay our claim. We want all that insurance. If you're not going to pay it, we'll go to trial and we'll see what a jury awards. And then you've got a problem because you had a chance as an insurance company to settle this case for the insurance that was available for the person that bought that insurance from you, so you could protect him. And now because you didn't pay it, he's got a judgment against him for $1 million or more, and it's your fault that he has the judgment against him. And that person that now has a judgment against him for maybe $1 million because you wouldn't pay the insurance money he had when you had a chance to because we offered to take it. Now that person that has $1 million judgment against him is going to say to his insurance company, it's your fault. I shouldn't have to pay that $1 million when you had a chance to settle it. And at that point, it's possible to go after the insurance company for even more insurance than there is out there.
As an attorney, do you ever worry about asking for too much? Like, will it poison the jury if it does go in front of a jury? Do you have to worry about that thing?
You do. You have to. You don't want a jury to feel you're being dishonest in any way, or trying to pull the wool over their eyes in any way. They've got to believe in you.
Yeah, but I would think again, and with the age of the defendants here. It would get kind of weird if you're going in there like, these guys deserve $10 million. They're 92. The juries have eyes. And even though it's obvious that their life has been changed way for the worse, there is a relatively logical way to think about things. And, I just kind of wonder, how much time do you put into that number, like deciding what to start off at?
And we went over this, I think, when we did this before, and we talked about each day. What is each day worth? What is the pain? What is the pain worth each day? What is the lack of being able to do this and that? What you can't walk, you can't go to anything you want to do. You're stuck in your home. You're depressed. What's it worth each day?
I think we came up with a total price of about $2.5 million or something.
We came up with 7 figures for sure.
Yeah.
There's multiple studies about how the quality of life improves for someone who's in their later stages if they're able to be at their house. And so if he's at home, but he's not able to fully enjoy, this place he's worked so hard on.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man. Does it make you nervous when you have cases that get up into this world, like into these big figures like that? Do you think about it more like that? Does it have any impact on how you negotiate or how you apply your skill set?
I want to make sure I don't forget to do something. Yeah. I mean, that's number one. I got to make sure I don't forget to do something.
So it's actually the more for you. It's actually it makes you concentrate more.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You got to stay for. You can't miss out on something.
Because they're waiting for that, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wow, unbelievable. Yeah. Well, and you said this goes in February, but you think they're going to settle beforehard?
Well,
I can't imagine they.
I would have hoped they would. I would hope they would, but I'm sure they want us to talk to his cardiologist themselves to see that he was, not going to pass away in a year. They're going to want to talk to his primary physician. They're going to want to talk to the people in the neighborhood to see, did he really get out walking around? Was he really doing, they'll talk to family members.
And then one last thing, is it appealable? Like if let's say the jury comes back and they're like, you know what? This was a really bad case. This is the biggest screw job of all time. We awarded these guys $5 million. Insurance company's like, what? We were open for like 1.8 judge. Can they appeal the decision?
Well, it's interesting. A judge can determine that the award is not supported by the evidence and cut it back, which you hope a judge doesn't act like an extra juror and overrule all the others, but that could happen. And then either side can appeal if they think there was an error that occurred during the course of the trial.
Wow.
But if there's sufficient evidence to support a verdict, usually there's no appeal on that basis. So when there's sufficient evidence, there's usually an appeal because something happened during the trial that shouldn't have happened, and that's what skewed the verdict one way or another.
I have to tell you, I think Orlando is going to be hanging on the edge of their seat waiting for the final decision in this case. I bet it's going to be...
it's unusual because, I've been doing a show for 10 years, I don't know how long, and we talk about cases, and it's the first time I get two texters texting me, wanting to know what's happened with it, and there's nothing happened because it just started out.
Well, I got to tell you, now we know a little bit of something.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, great job today, as always, buddy. I love this information. If you need any information like this, anybody can really take care of you. Klausman Law, that's KLAUSMAN law.com, 407-917-1718. He does pick up his phone. He does respond, and he does want to make sure that you are taken care of wholly and not just kind of glancingly.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I'll be out at Suds and Pups.
Suds, Pups, and Pints, baby. You're the presenting sponsor.
That's right. Apparently, I got a tent out there, and people can come up and ask me questions.
Oh, yeah. You have some donuts this year?
Yeah, I'll bring some donuts.
Right,
sure.
Very good.
All
Good,
right.
good and loud for Glenn Klausman, guys.
Yay!
All right, back in a sec with more of the Jim Colbert Show.
Take us with you anywhere. Yep, even there. Follow Real Radio 104.1 on the free iHeartRadio app. Just please wash your hands when you're done.
Slow traffic reported on I-4 this afternoon between the Beach Line and 535 and between the Greenway exit and the 429. Looking at activity now northbound on Florida's Turnpike near the Oakland Exchange exit. A crash still blocks the eastbound left lane on the Beach Line at Narcoossee Road. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Staples prints anything you need for your business, like banners, flyers, signs, and catalogs, some even same day. And now, the more you print, the more you save, up to 30% off. Plus, save even more with Staples Easy Rewards program. Offer ends 9/7, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you matter. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Navy Federal Credit Union is back with more eligibility. Now you can hear all your favorites like, my brother's a veteran, I get amazing rates. My mom served, I get 24/7 member support. Grandpa was a soldier and now I'm a member. And who could forget? Thanks to my father who served in the military, I'm now eligible for incredible member benefits. Call 1-855-800-2102 or visit NavyFederal.org today. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender.
This is Steve Kramer. Let me tell you a business secret. There are sketch companies out there selling awards. Make sure the awards earned by your lawyer are from respected organizations. At Trenley Kramer Law, our lawyers have been recognized by Orlando Magazine Best Lawyers, Florida Trend Legal Elite, Super Lawyers, and listed in U.S. News as a best law firm for years. We've earned the awards that can't be bought. Trenley Kramer,
TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
Businesses come in all shapes and sizes. Integrity doesn't. For more than a century, the Better Business Bureau has set the standards for how businesses operate honestly and ethically. So when you're looking for a business you can trust, check to see who's BBB accredited and who isn't. Always choose the Better Business. Look for the BBB seal because it's looking out for you. That's why it's the sign of a better business. And find a better business anytime at bbb.org.
Hi, this is Earl Ron, president of New South Window. New South offers volume discounts for homeowners. The more you buy, the more you save. Our discounts start at the fourth window, and from there, the savings grow. New South can do this because we own our factory, and that's the power of Factory Direct. Visit us at newsouthwindow.com.
Save on paint now through September 9th at Tools Ace Hardware. You can get up to 20% off gallons of Benjamin Moore Ben, Regal Select, and Aura interior paint. Plus, Tools Ace Hardware has a huge selection of colors to choose from and friendly, helpful associates to give you expert advice on your next paint project. Tools Ace Hardware has 13 convenient locations here in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com for free in-store pickup or delivery. That's right, even for paint. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
This Earful of Real Radio is sponsored by Wassy's Meat Market, the best place to buy a big green egg.
Now, your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Yeah! Text the nationwide keyword music to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to 200-200.
The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Orange County Public Schools, get your crap together. Your students are being picked up an hour late by the buses, and you have to have teachers that are not getting paid to hang around and watch those students until the bus comes. Get your crap together, OCPS.
Oh, what to do, Colbert crew, you know who. Your favorite tea bag, currently in Melbourne, actually. With my adopted mama. Say hi. Hi. She's saying hi.
Wish it was.
I am. Anyways, now I forgot what I was going to say. Y'all, tea bags on the eyeballs. No, that.
I'm just glad we got that up in the 5 o'clock hour. So that everyone driving home can hear teabagging his, was this his mother?
Adopted mother.
It's his adopted mother.
In Melbourne.
Yelling about being high and putting tea bags on their eyes.
Or not being high.
Or not being high. Wow. All right, for us, I still say to this day, Deborah and I conclude after every call that guy has the life that we all want.
I'm not.
You're not 100 on that?
No.
No?
I think I'm with Danny.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Stone in the camper? That's bad? All right. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Danny in with us today, and Jack is here as well.
Sure am.
I'll get to this story I was going to pay off a few minutes ago, and then we can move on. All right, Florida man does something that everybody you know what? I'm not going to say everybody. I think I shouldn't speak in absolute, should I, Jack?
No.
Thank you, buddy. A lot of people have thought about this.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
So this guy looks like a regular stand-up guy, 59 years old, Lance Green of Port Orange, right? Arrested on charges of
Lewd and lascivious.
No, way less lewd and lascivious than that. A pretty common charge.
Child pornography.
No, not that common. What were you going to say?
Lewd and lascivious says like Port Orange is.
No, come on. DUI. DUI. All right. Lance Green, Port Orange, arrested on charges of DUI and resisting an officer without violence. Now, this is according to the arrest affidavit. Now, what makes this so special? It was just 9:40 in the evening, August 30th. He was driving around.
God, you said evening. I thought you were going to say morning.
There was a crash at the intersection of Williamson Boulevard and Taylor Road out there in Port Orange. And according to the report, both vehicles were traveling westbound, blah, 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 blah. And here's what he did that everybody's at least thought of once. He tried to switch seats with the passenger.
Oh.
Look, I tried to do this for a speeding ticket. I've never had a DUI, thank God. I'm doing the whole, I'm not even Catholic, but I'm doing that thing. But I've never gotten a DUI. I've had a couple close calls with DUIs through my life. And every single time I get a speeding ticket or I've gotten it, I'm like, man, I was last one. My kid was with me. I'm like, get over here. You're driving. You're getting this ticket. You're taking one for the team. I'm creeping up on that 8-point thing, and my insurance is already too damn high.
I feel like this might be a guy thing.
Yeah, is it?
I feel like
you never thought.
I could be wrong though. I might be giving my gender too much credit.
You said you've never thought about switching seats when you're getting in trouble. Well, I've thought about it 100 times. I've thought about it 100 times. I'm not kidding. Yeah, it said there were a couple of people that were injured, but they declined help. The officers,
no big deal.
The officers ordered this guy who showed signs of impairment to exit the vehicle multiple times, but he refused. Ultimately complied. Refused DUI test, took it back, and hip problems, also declined the test, booked into jail with a $2,000 bond. And I guess if you try to lie to them, they get you for, is that resisting arrest? Is that what they're saying?
I don't think they like that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, am I?
I think they look for ways to mess you up when you do that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. All right, we'll get over this topic because this is our question of the day. And I know that a lot of people in our audience have a partner in life, whether it be a boyfriend, girlfriend, and or fiance, and or husband or wife, right? A lot of people those. And this is a cool story out of Newsweek, and it basically says, are you fighting with your in-laws? And if you are, chances are this is what it's about.
Ooh.
All right, this is what it's about. I'll tell you what that is in a second. It says, in the grand tradition of family feuds, nothing quite stirs the pot like this. And then they go on to talk about it and said they sampled 1,000 Americans, and 31% of those respondents reported arguing with their in-laws about this particular subject. And then it leads to other numbers that are also a little scarier about how things like that can lead to divorce or breakups because, those lines are drawn in the sand and a lot of people don't want to, succumb their position in any way, shape, or form. What do you think we're talking about here?
All right. I'm going to go. I got three things on my mind. I got the amount of time that they visit.
That's a great one. That's exactly what I would have said.
I'm going to go how the parenting is being done of the next generation.
That's another one because that can be fiery. Like when your parents start telling you or your in-laws start telling you how to parent your child, that can get sketchy.
I'm not saying that I've encountered that from either side. At all.
Really?
Love you all very much.
Good. And what's your third one?
Finances, of course. It shouldn't be any of their business, but
I can tell you did not hit it.
And I thought she had them all.
You did not hit it. I agree with every one of those, but that's not the reason they're saying. What do you think, Jack?
What Danny said. I'll take her 3 wrong answers.
Okay. What are you going to add?
So why they'd be fighting with the in-laws.
Yeah, it's the number one reason why people have...
inheritance.
Man, that's such a good answer.
Vacation?
It's so sad. It's so much more sad than that, really.
Really?
Yeah.
How much they talk on the phone?
Politics.
Yeah. All right.
Politics.
I mean, everybody fights about that nowadays.
In the grand tradition of family feuds, nothing quite stirs the pot like a good old-fashioned political argument with your in-laws. And the survey says that these spirited debates are now the leading cause of tension in American households.
Wow.
The leading cause of attention in households, outpacing even disagreements about lifestyle choices and the ever-contentious, the best way to load the dishwasher. That's a joke. Wow. But what they are saying is that it is the number one topic of contention between Americans and their in-laws. In a study conducted August 27th through the 29th, 1,000 Americans, 31%, a third almost, say that their problems were caused by politics. 22% were lifestyle choices, and 21% were the disagreements about their very partner, the person they chose.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever have any issues like that?
Earlier in my life, yes, I have chosen much better, but or in my early years, I made some questionable choices.
You got some heat from your parents about your boyfriends?
I maybe should have gotten some more heat from them,
really?
But I don't know if I would have listened. You know, it's that terrible thing where parents want to help. But
Right. And you've been married like 6-7 years?
Yes.
Yeah. And Jack's been married like 4,000 years. Jack's been like, is it 25?
27.
27. I couldn't remember.
And this is marriage number 2 for me. So.
Oh, okay. So mine as well. I'm marriage number 2 now. I have to tell you, and just being honest, my mom wasn't the biggest fan of my first wife. Now, it had nothing to do with it. They were different lifestyles. My mom was a very simple country person. My ex-wife was a college-educated, master's degree type person. They just didn't really have anything in common. It wasn't like they disliked each other. They just didn't have a lot in common. I get along unbelievably well with my in-laws now, and I actually got along pretty well with my ex-wife's in-laws as well.
Nice.
So I got kind of lucky, that way. I don't know if I don't know if the feelings were. I don't know if they were reciprocated. Yeah. I don't know 100% on that, but I know that I've got the utmost respect for my in-laws now, and we get along very well. I mean, I love them, love hanging out with them, go camping with them, the whole 9 yards, and that's the telltale sign. Is that you'll go camping with somebody?
That's true.
That's true.
Camping for real.
Yeah, when you're gonna
do you canoe or kayak as well, because when you're out on the water,
that's next level.
Yeah.
That's a next level relationship test.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, that might be the ultimate relationship test.
That's the black belt test
Yeah.
of relationships. Jack, did you ever have any issue with well, because here's the thing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Naomi was a foster child.
Yes.
So was there ever a parental aspect of that you knew?
There is, but politics was never part of it. There were definitely other issues involved, and because of her upbringing and what she had to go through and the path she had to forge, I have met both of them. However, it's not your typical relationship, I would say.
Yeah. Did your mom get along with Naomi from the onset? Did they like each other? And you could be honest. I mean, there's no reason. I mean,
yeah, because one's dead now.
Well, no, it doesn't. But differences are differences. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make you a bad person. It just if you just don't have personalities that like gel, there's nothing wrong with that.
They did to a degree. My mom lived with us the last 14 years of her life, and there was
see where that would be.
There was a tension and a toughness there. So it did create some tension, yes.
Yeah.
And by the way, that is our question of the day, and they can go and get involved.
2 places. One in our YouTube chat. So on YouTube, if you search Jim Colbert Show, boom, it's right there in the chat. We'd love for you to take part. But we also put it up for grabs on Instagram. If you go to Real Radio 1041 on Instagram, it's in our story mode. I just posted it and would love to get your response. So at the end of the program, we'll talk about the results.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to take some calls because I know everybody out there has this situation, and in-laws are a very interesting machine. Now, I will tell you the one thing with my first set of in-laws that we did have a bit of an issue with was like the kid thing.
Yeah. Yep.
There were some issues there where there were some suggestions made, about, or some things about how the kids were being raised that, we had to have conversations about. Nothing disrespectful, just had to go, hey, this is how we're going to do it.
Yep.
And we appreciate your input, but we're just going to go ahead and do it this way. So
it scares me to think about, because I'm having those conversations, and I know the previous generation had that conversation, and so it's a generational thing. So what on earth is raising a kid going to be like 20 years from now that I'm going to be, getting that from my son? Like, you don't need to tell me how to raise my kid.
And that's a fine line you have to walk with a new kid because your grandparents are instrumental in helping you take care and raise your kid. Right. You lean on them for babysitting, you lean on them for the favors and stuff like that, and for advice. Like, hey, Mom, when I was young, did this happen? And so it's kind of, you have to maintain like a working relationship without allowing them to, still be able to create boundaries.
There
That's
should be
the
a
thing.
deference to the parents, but and not everyone has the benefit of having active grandparents in their life.
Right. So, and again, you just don't want it. You want to go, hey, we appreciate your help and input and stuff, but we're going to handle this part of it. If you could just watch the kids Friday night so we can get loose.
Right. Exactly.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Would love to hear about your relationship with your in-laws. Does it work? And you can get involved with our poll, which, of course, we'll give you the results of a little bit later. Again, that's 407-916-1041. Back in a sec with more of The Jim Colbert Show.
You're asking an awful lot of that Magic Eraser. For some extra elbow grease, tell your smart speaker to play Real Radio 104.1 on iHeartRadio.
Slowdowns continue in the usual spots on I-4 this afternoon for those traveling in the Orlando area. Heaviest delays have been reported through downtown and by the major attractions exits. Looking at activity blocking the northbound left lane on Florida's Turnpike between the Oakland Exchange exit and Mineola. If you see traffic problems today, just make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change traffic tip line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by HCA Florida Healthcare.
Whenever you need us, just reach out and we'll be there with more locations, more experts, and more resources to deliver the healthcare you need to comfort you and make you feel your best. Find a care site near you at hcafloridahealthcare.com.
The Jim Colbert Show question of the day is brought to you by the Home Builders Network. Recently nominated by Orlando's Best for Best Windows and Doors. Also a Best of Florida nominee for Best Roofing Contractor. And when it comes time to doing something big, those medium to large projects around your home, call the pros. The Home Builders Network. You connect with them online at hbnusa.com. That's HBN for the Home Builders Network, hbnusa.com. And you know who you're going to talk to? Mike the Home Builder. Yup. The same Mike we've been talking about for more than a decade here on Real Radio. That's the same Mike I talked to a year and a half ago when I needed a new roof. Got gutters as well. He does fantastic work. His whole team does. He built a team. They are the Home Builders Network, and they're there to help you with that next project around your house. Great quality, great installation, excellent service, all at a fair price. The website, once again, hbnusa.com.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
Audible is a proud partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Explore the best selection of audiobooks, plus podcasts and originals, all in one easy app. Audible, there's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Hey, football fans, get the ultimate game day experience at Stadium Club, the newest and most immersive sports bar in Orlando. With a mind-blowing 360-degree wraparound screen and over 100 HD TVs, you won't miss a single play. Feeling competitive? Try our interactive sports simulators and challenge your friends. Score big with unbeatable food and drink specials during every college and pro game. Stadium Club is the ultimate good time. Join us on game day and let's make some noise. Check out stadiumclub.com today.
I'm Jeff Jr., founder and CEO of Trajan Wealth. I was born and raised in northern Wisconsin by both my father, who owned a small 10-lane bowling alley, and my mother, who was a nurse, who did her best caring for everyone in our small town. My parents stressed with me that if you were going to do anything, it needed to be done right or not done at all. I later joined the Marine Corps, where additional values were instilled. Values like honor, courage, and commitment. The motto of the Marine Corps, Semper Fi, which means always faithful. The best part of Trajan Wealth? Our 100-plus employees who also embrace the exact same values. If your current financial advisor is more interested in selling you something or is more loyal to their own financial gain than yours, give us a call for a second opinion. We would be honored to hear from you. Call Trajan today at 407-213-0000. That's 407-213-0000.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
And now, another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own, you-know-what?
Honey,
Shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app. The Smart Bunny app? Like on your phone? I know what an app is.
for the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey everybody, this is Josh and Chuck from the Stuff You Should Know podcast. And if you've ever wanted to know about champagne, Satanism, the Stonewall Uprising.
Oh, how about chaos theory, El Nino, LSD, little true crime sprinkled in, or maybe something historical like Rosa Parks?
Yeah, if you want any of that or anything else you can think of, then look no further. We have you covered.
That's right. Listen to the Stuff You Should Know podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff You Should Know and start listening.
Sunnyside Plumbing.
Yes, I've got a leaking...
To leave us a testimonial saying how happy you are with our service, press 1.
But you haven't even...
For all other inquiries, please hang up.
Wait, what?
Hang up and call Frank Gay. We're busy watching the game.
You know what? I think I will.
When you have a leak, you need solutions on your schedule. A helpful expert who can find the problem and fix it fast.
That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Kickoff is almost here, and iHeart is the official home of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring podcasts like NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal.
Packing it with so much goodness. Chock full of info.
And tons of fantasy football podcasts with expert advice for you to win your fantasy league. It's the best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
As America's largest injury law firm, size is our strength. Morgan & Morgan.
At work, just pretend you're on a Zoom call with us. The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe and watch.
Need I explain, I married into only one in-law. My mom, my stepdad, marrying his daughter. Like, that's it.
Related to Woody Allen?
No, it was his Larry married his stepsister. His late wife was his stepsister. Woody Allen married his stepdaughter.
Yeah. All right. Where's Teabag when you need him? All right, 407, to make things normal. All right, 407-916-1041 to text us at 77031. Welcome back. I'm Jim. Danny and Jack are here as well. Deb will rejoin us again tomorrow. Danny had to extend her babysitting duties out there so she could stick around for a couple hours. We appreciate that very much.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
Mama gets out.
What's that?
Mama gets out.
Yeah, Mama gets out for sure. How were the Keys last week? You have a good time?
Yeah, we did some snorkeling. which was a little cloudy and murky there because the storms were happening in there.
Yeah, still churning down there. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw they were calling it an upside down jellyfish. Does not sting, so that was cool.
Yeah, that's not good. Definitely don't want to get hit by a jellyfish. Not fun. Are you allergic to any of that stuff, by any chance?
Not that I know of, but those things can show up later in life.
Yeah, they
so
can.
That's always fun.
Yeah, that's a weird thing. I had one of those adult onset allergy.
Yeah.
Like I never had seasonal allergies ever.
Yep.
I would watch people suffer through that like crazy, and I wouldn't laugh because it was misery for him. You can see that. My buddy Code Black, it will shut him down. Like he gets him so bad he can't leave his house.
Damn.
Like he has to sit in the room with an air purifier or whatever. HEPA filter kind of thing and do all of his work from home because he just simply cannot leave the house. And here's a guy who loves working on his yard and outside and stuff. And I had no issues with that until I was about 35. And then when I hit 35 years old, for some reason, that spring, man, I got hit hard. And my allergy attacks now are like flu symptoms.
Oof,
they're awful.
That's awful, man.
Have you ever dealt with them, Jack?
Oh, yeah, big time. But I used to, honestly, it was worse when I lived in New Jersey. Right?
Oh, really?
Yeah. Don't know what it is that was blooming that would cause it. It seemed just to have more of an impact. When I came down here, it was really only in March or so when blooming would occur. Now I get hit every once in a while, but nothing debilitating.
It's every change of the season, I've got to every time it goes from one season to another, I get about a week of being not so great.
Just
good times.
Pollen and the oak is in the air.
Yeah. What do you use to quell that? Do you use just one of the OTCs, or do you have to
whiskey or back to
Right.
right, exactly.
Bed rest. It's an excuse to be waited on.
Yeah, that'll nail it. All right, 407-916-1041. So where you are, do you have any flooding issues in your house? Do you guys have any water issues around where you are?
We are, thankfully, we're at a higher point in our neighborhood. Not, like relative Florida. We don't have like a peak,
right?
But we're on the upper end of a hill, so we are thankful. But anytime there's construction around and stuff, like I know downtown Orlando is just going through a heck of a time, man. It's it's crazy. We have a sidewalk that gets flooded, and like you could. I was watching somebody walking their dog yesterday in the rain. I guess whatever. And like they looked at the sidewalk and you could see them like, nope.
Yeah, not going that way. Yeah, I got to tell you, coming to work today, if you go to the back of this building, it goes out to 434 on the backside, beside that RV storage place.
Yeah.
That road was shut down today.
Oh man,
because it was underwater. About 100 feet of it was underwater, and you couldn't underwater enough where you couldn't see the double yellow lines.
Wow.
So it was more than about a foot and a half deep. So I had to turn around and come a different way. But downtown, you're right, Kaylee and Osceola, downtown Orlando, these people are outraged because they're blaming this improvement project right there in Delaney Park for the overwhelming drainage issue. And look, man, they're not just like dealing with water. I mean, there's like, a couple of these photographs I saw, there's like 2 or 3 inches of water in this dude's house.
Oof.
Yeah, it's bad news.
The people that want to move to Orlando, I'm trying not to discourage folks because I absolutely love it here. But like, you have got to come here during rainy season,
right,
and then super hot season, and decide if you want to put up with that nonsense before you move down here.
Yeah, when you get into a YouTube wormhole about Central Florida, you can go because so many people come here. They do a lot of research. Well, there are people who live here who will make these YouTube videos. Like, these are the things you need to worry about in Florida before you come down here. And it's a number of things that Floridians just kind of understand. Like, you don't go swimming in any body of water that's big enough to hold an alligator, because chances are there's going to be one in there. You just know that as a Floridian. You don't even take that risk. You don't try that.
I mean, I would say like springs obviously are different because they're cool. They're colder, and you don't have to worry about them.
They are, but I just saw a video recently with somebody canoeing down the Itchintuckney Springs, which is a 72-degree spring with a gator sitting on a log,
just hanging out.
Yeah, man. So I don't know if it's just that they're looking for different habitats, and they're
kicking them out,
and they're taking what they can get.
Yeah,
but that's the case. But man, this one lady said this damage is going to cost her hundreds of thousands of dollars, like completely ruining her house. Oof. My question was like, who's responsible for that? Like, if you're the city and you're running a construction project downtown and you don't make, you don't make the proper adjustments for the water, the runoff during storms. And man, here's the thing. It's not like we're springing this on you. It's Central Florida.
Right.
You're going to get massive storms almost every day, some of them worse than others. Some of them, like Jack was talking about earlier, more isolated than others. You may get lucky and miss it a couple days, but chances are you're going to get hit once or twice during the summer here.
Yeah, we know this.
And we now know that, September is one of the worst months for it because we're in that warmest part of the year, and we're going to get those storms, like we're having today, like we had yesterday. And they're saying here at the back of the home, marks are left behind where the high water reached, and they're not even in flood zones. Oof. That's the thing that kills you. What do you do? Do you file a lawsuit against the city? Are they immune to that because they're making... like it's a community project. Do they have some kind of immunity? I would think no, right?
Well, and then you've got the construction companies that they're supposed to do certain mitigation.
Right,
to
yes,
help
they
with
are.
that too. So, yeah, I would imagine they've got all kinds of legal
Well, you make a good point there. But because the city just puts these contracts out for the work, right? So whoever the contractor is really would be the one that would have to deal with this.
Yeah, because they're the ones that put out like the gutter blocks and the drain blocks.
Yes, exactly. It says here, the people who have been flooded have reached out to the city a number of times. This is a Channel 9 story, by the way. The stormwater took her home over within hours. Going to cost me about $100,000. Wood floors alone are going to be ruined. They have to cut the drywall out. New cabinetry. And I don't know if you know about anything, but cabinets are so expensive now.
They are.
So even for a small kitchen cabinet, it's going to be $20,000 or $30,000.
We're still rocking ours from the 70s.
Oh,
man.
yeah. I'm going to tell you what, I'm repainting mine. I'm not replacing them. In my reno, I'm not doing it. I know we know where the money gets spent there. It's no joke.
Yeah, but that 70s cabinet that Danny has is probably, in style again. Now,
exactly. Just wait a couple years.
It all just
right?
comes back around.
At 50 years old.
It says every time they called the city, it went straight to voicemail.
I bet.
No response, no nothing. It says, I've asked for sandbags. They haven't, no point of contact, no nothing. I've gotten none, no offer from the city for sandbags. And it says here in the bottom, it says crews in the area continue to assess the issue. Well, you should have assessed it, let's say in May.
Right.
Or right at the beginning of the project, you should have assessed it. Now what we need to assess is how much you're going to pay for these damages for these people that have had their homes ruined because you did a bad job.
Well, that's now... What, they have to investigate to determine what the cause was?
They do. Sure they do. If you're talking about 2 or 3 homes, Jack, they're going to cost this company $300,000 or $400,000. You can bet there's going to be some kind of investigation. It's going to be an insurance claim, right?
Yeah, but if they say, okay, we've investigated and we determined that it wasn't the construction that caused this water, backup or the runoff.
Well, here's the thing. Let's say I'm going in front of a judge and I'm like, I've lived here for 25 years through 6 hurricanes.
Yeah.
Including 2004, when 3 of them had a party in our front yard.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And nothing like this happened. So how do you explain that? The only thing that's changed in this scenario is your construction project.
Well, yeah, but also, you can get more rain than in a storm than you can from a hurricane at times. It's the amount of water and the amount of time over a certain area. It can produce more water than a hurricane.
Would you, if you were a juror and you heard that, would that be a compelling argument to you?
Well, I'd want to see the science behind it.
Yeah.
You obviously you have to prove it.
Yeah, sure. Again, but if I'm sitting on a jury,
but they have the data.
Yeah, if I'm sitting on a jury and you try to hit me with that, like, hey, it's a bad storm, and I go, okay, well, what about when Charlie, Francis, and Gene came over, or what about when, or the storm of the century that rolled through in the early 90s and it didn't flood then?
You know what? I don't find that convincing because, okay, I know Charlie cut a path through and, this is an area. How close was it to that? How much rain? Because we know Charlie did more wind damage, So, we can say, 3 or half a dozen hurricanes have come through and did not produce this amount of damage. But you do have microbursts.
You do.
There's a bunch of weather phenomenon that, I can't speak to, but they can prove that.
Is this one of those percentage thing that Glenn talks about? Maybe
one
of those things where you can figure out like, well, maybe we're 30% liable,
right? Maybe
instead of, but so you'll still have to pay $30,000 instead of $150,000.
All right, so I'm going to speak on something I halfway know about.
Okay, very nice.
Well, let's go.
We do this all the time, by the way.
That's halfway more than what we do.
We call that our career.
All right, so obviously you've got the historical rainfall amounts that you can track that, you can pull those records.
Sure.
But then when it comes to, because the issue isn't the rain. Yes, it is, but you've got all of this asphalt that the rain can't go anywhere, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what are the construction projects that have happened over the years? What has the environmental impact studies been done for those? So that's a big thing when anything's being developed. The developer has to pay for an environmental impact study.
Sure.
But then they can kind of pay to like, oh yeah, the environmental study said this, but I'm going to pay to kind of work around that. So I'd be curious, like,
if I gave you 10 grand, could the study say this?
Right. I'm not saying that exactly happens, but you know. So I'd be curious if I were one of those homeowners, pull up kind of what have been the recent developments and what were those environmental studies and what did those, what were the mitigations that were done?
And, and by the way, people have been texting in the entire time we've been talking about this, even when we kind of brought it up in the beginning of the show, saying that it's the construction, man. I mean, it's not hard to tell, when Florida's growing at such an astronomical rate. What's it, 1,000 families a week or a month or something moving here?
1,000 people a day on average.
1,000 people a day move into the state. So, and in Lake County, we're seeing astronomical growth and astronomical destruction of giant swaths of land. Now, thankfully, most of that county is a giant sand dune, so most of that water goes away pretty quickly that I've seen. But it still doesn't matter. There's still a lot of hills and dales out there, and it's got to settle somewhere. But man, I don't know what it looks like, but I know in downtown Orlando they are having a mess down there, man.
It is not pretty. I feel for them, man. I absolutely do. Especially those businesses too.
Yeah, for sure. They said, and by the way, they've reached out multiple times to the city for support since Sunday. No success. How can you not get a call from the city? And they're like, this isn't a flood zone. It's not even a flash flood zone. It's none of this. It's doing Orange, doing Delaney, closing up our storm shutters, our storm drains, is doing all that stuff. And now we're looking at having to replace our drywall, cabinetry. Everything is just sitting in water.
It sucks.
I wonder when the next city meeting is, and if they need to show up in the public comment section.
I would be so raging. And even worse, they're saying like there's so much water in the house. We had to go turn all the breakers off because we didn't want live electricity running in there. So now you have to power. So now you're in a flooded house when it's 95 degrees outside. You can't turn your AC on.
These are the beautiful Florida things that these new transplants don't always have to think about.
And by the way, for people who live in Orlando and aren't familiar with what that area is like, and people who live out of the area and not familiar, Delaney Park is one of these downtown OG neighborhoods that has turned into your average 2-2 down there on an eighth of an acre is like $650. The property down there is very bougie. It's very kind of metro kind of thing down there, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Very kind of lots of quaint bungalows that are very well appointed. The yards are perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty down there.
What I'm saying is there's a lot of gay couples down there. I'm just joking. 407-916-1041. But it is a really kitschy part of Orlando that has a lot of really expensive property down there because it's just kind of so unique, and man, I could see damage being done pretty quickly down there. And these ladies are saying, this lady here is saying 100K is where it'll start for her. Oof. Just in flooring.
Ugh.
I hate dealing with those type of things too. All the phone calls.
I'm actually kind of interested to see how the city's gonna play with this, because I'm telling you, them not returning phone calls is not a good sign. Like, I'm just give you a heads up, not a good sign.
Well,
now, either they're trying to figure it out and call you back with an answer, or they just don't want to deal with it, or they don't think they have to.
Or it's one person dealing with more calls than they can handle, and they have no answers to give these people.
I'm going to go with that one.
God, I hope Orlando has more than one human being answering calls for this.
Budgets get cut and so forth. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like it happens here.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Win them before you can buy them. Kathleen Madigan tickets up for grabs next.
We have a prize. Get on board at 407-916-1041. Jim Colbert Show Trivia is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's CENTO moving.com.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Paramount Plus.
The NFL season gets underway tonight in Kansas City when the back-to-back defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs host the Ravens. With defensive tackle depth an issue going into Sunday's season opener, the Buccaneers signed Ben Stille off Arizona's practice squad. That happened today. And the Gators will start freshman quarterback DJ Lagway against Samford on Sunday, while Graham Mertz goes through concussion protocol. I'm Scott Davidson.
Paramount Plus is once again your home to stream the NFL on CBS all season long. Follow all the exciting on-field action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game every Sunday all the way through the AFC Championship. So sign up, sign in, and start streaming Paramount Plus today.
Hey, everybody, Jim Colbert here for my friends over at Life Imaging FLA. You've heard us talk about this for a while now, and we will continue to talk about this. And the reason why is it's an incredible product. It's an incredible service. It is changing and saving lives every day here in Central Florida. I got to tell you, too, when you talk to the person who runs this company here in Central Florida, Judy, she's one of the most special people. She really does. And I've seen it myself in the clinic myself. Watch her just literally almost come to tears when somebody gets information that they can use to save their life or make their life better. She has seen it over and over and over. That's why she tells me every time we talk, please, Jim, remind them, early detection saves lives. It is a mantra over there. Early detection saves lives. If you know somebody in your family or you yourself think that you could really benefit from a scan at Life Imaging FLA, get over there. Do not pause. I'm not joking. What you learn from this thing is genuinely amazing. I'll tell you something else, too. I took this to my primary care doctor, and they were flipping out. They loved it. It was so easy for them to diagnose and then start a plan for me to start my long-term health care. You need to do the same thing. Do not wait. Do exactly what I did. Call Life Imaging FLA right now. Get that free heart scan. Just a few minimum requirements. It is a $699 value. It's imperative. Ask about the cancer screening as well. I cannot state that enough. Just pick up your cell phone, dial pound 250, say the keyword free heart scan. That's pound 250, say that keyword free heart scan. They'll connect you in seconds. Make that call today. Make this the year you finally take control of your long-term health care. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from iHeartMedia.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733.
In Office Orlando. This is the sound of real people across Florida betting on sports. It's the sound of winning your bet, only on Hard Rock Bet. And if your first bet doesn't win, you get up to $100 back to try again. Hard Rock Bet is Florida's only legal sports book. Your home for betting hoops for any sport you choose. Download Hard Rock Bet now and get 2 shots at your first bet. Win, or you'll get up to $100 back as a bonus bet. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to play. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
It's time to gather the family, including the dog, and join the Jim Colbert Show for the second annual Suds, Pups, and Pints, a celebrity dog wash brought to you by Klausman Law. Join us at Sunset Park Saturday, September 21st in Mount Dora. Yeah, this event may be for dogs, but we have something for everyone with plenty of family fun and live entertainment. A silent auction and a not-so-silent auction may determine which member of the Jim Colbert Show gets to wash your dog. Plus, Pawfection Dog Training will be there to answer our dog-related questions. This unique and free family-friendly event is from 3 to 6 p.m. on Saturday, September 21st. Get more info at realradio.fm/dogwash and see you at Sunset Park in Mount Dora.
Join Jim Colbert on The Jim Colbert Show for his Cigar of the Week segment every Friday afternoon at 3:45. You can pick up these featured cigars at all 3 Corona Cigar Company locations, Dr. Phillips, Heathrow, and downtown. Learn more at coronacigar.com.
This is trial attorney Jeff Kaufman for the injury law firm of Kaufman & Lind. When looking for an attorney, I would choose experience. Do they care? Will they pick up your phones? I'd avoid the guy who sounds like this when he picks up.
I'd do anything for you. I got plastic wrap, I got a shovel in my trunk, and I got a boat at the marina. Thanks to this mofo.
If you want to hire a law firm who's willing to work this hard just to do a commercial, contact us at whenyouneedus.com or dial 407-500-JEFF. That's 407-500-5333. Offices, Orlando.
Guys, here in Central Florida, it is so important your air conditioner works perfectly every time. That's why I suggest a call to our friends at Mills Air. In business since 1992, that's 30 years of experience in keeping Central Florida nice and cool. And their techs are awesome. They can service any brand out there. Don't worry about what kind of AC you have. And Mills Air is a Carrier factory authorized dealer, which means up to $1,275 in rebates towards a brand new Carrier unit. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier, and you can always turn to family-owned and operated Mills Air. Call today and schedule your appointment. 407-277-1159. Online, millsair.com.
Hi, this is Earl Ron. New South Window lives southern weather, and our Energy Star windows and doors are designed to keep the heat out and the cool air in. Get New South proud.
Going on now. Buy more and save more on all New South products. Volume discounts up to 30% off.
Don't miss our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One.
Las Vegas, are you having a good time?
Friday and Saturday, September 20th and 21st. Streaming live only on Hulu. iHeartRadio, let's go! Get tickets now at AXS.com.
Gold demand is hitting record highs, but supply may not keep up. I'm Dr. Ron Paul, and I believe physical gold is the only way to truly protect your retirement savings from a chaotic world. To learn how to diversify your IRA or 401k into physical precious metals, text the word SHELTER to 989898 for a free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group. That's SHELTER to 989898.
Message and data rates may apply.
Cento Family Moving and Storage is Central Florida's trusted source for local and long-distance moving. From packing to delivery, Cento Moving is fully licensed and insured to provide you a seamless moving experience so you can enjoy your new home in no time. Get a quote today at centomoving.com. Forget the stress, move with the best.
Real Radio is on Facebook at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show. Unless you're watching us talk, then you're likely on YouTube. At Jim Colbert Show on YouTube. Subscribe today.
Hey, you guys were talking about asphalt. Of course, you got the runoff from that. But the biggest thing is the destruction of the natural places like wetlands.
Yep.
Wetlands work as a sponge. Water goes in, it slowly releases. When you don't have the wetlands, the water doesn't have anywhere to go. Even though we do have sand, it still will pool, but it doesn't get stored up in the plants or anything like that like it would in a wetland.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate that. 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. You can leave a talk back as well. Get the iHeartRadio app. Go to Real Radio once you get it and use that to send your message over to Jack, and you can correct us just like him.
Well, he was educating.
Yeah.
He was, I'd say, adding to our conversation.
I would agree with that, Jack.
Yeah.
He was hitting on my part-time hippie heart.
Yeah, very good. All right.
But it does bring up a good point. It might not be the construction going on right now. It might be the construction that happened over the past 20 years of the extra housing, which replaced wetlands with developments.
But I understand. But I think what Danny said is the mitigation plan is supposed to figure that out.
Yeah.
Like before they start breaking ground. That's what you're supposed to know is how the other projects affected what you're doing now. That's the whole idea.
And the plans are great.
Yeah.
It's just the developers know ways to get around them.
All right, 407-916-1041. Welcome back. I am Jim. Danny is here as well. And
Hi.
Jack has the Jackie sack.
All aboard.
Chugga chugga.
Choo-choo.
Clickety-clack, clickety-clack.
So here we go. In the Jackie Sack, we have, are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Tickets. Win them before you can buy them to see Kathleen Madigan as she brings her day drinking tour to the Hard Rock Live Orlando. This is actually happening Friday, April 11th. Yes, that's 2025 people.
Yeah.
However, tickets go on sale this Friday. They're open to the general public. That's tomorrow at Ticketmaster or by calling the Hard Rock Live box office at 407-351-LIVE. That is how you can secure a pair if you don't win them today for JCS Trivia. The Jackie Sack is brought to you by Cento Family Moving and Storage. That's when you need someone to move and treat your stuff better than you would treat it yourself. Jim?
Yes.
That's centomoving.com, C-E-N-T-O moving.com. Back to you, Jim.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Who goes first today, buddy?
First is going to be Dan the Man.
Dan, how you doing?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Doing great. Would you like to play a little game with us, friend?
Absolutely.
All right, let's do it then.
Want to play a game?
All right, Dano, this is a real easy game. Got a question here for you. 4 answers. One of them is untrue, Dan. It's a lie, buddy. I'm trying to swerve you. But if you can sniff it out, I'll send you over to the Jackie Sack, and you, my friend, can go see Kathleen Madigan next year. By the way, if you haven't seen her, she is a stone-cold killer. Midwestern mom turned comic, and she is super funny. So you'll have a good time for sure. Are you ready, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. On this day in 1951, actor, producer, incredibly diverse acting portfolio. He's played 2 iconic characters. He's a criminal's worst nightmare in one of his characters. And the other one, if you say his name 3 times, he'll make a sequel.
Michael Keaton.
He's Batman. That's right. Michael Keaton is the answer. That's right. It's his birthday today. Here are 3 fun facts about Michael Keaton and one lie that needs the spotlight. Another movie he was in that was incredible. Here we go, buddy. We're talking about Michael Keaton. Which one of these
Spotlight was so good.
is untrue? Number 1, Michael Keaton dated Friends actress Lisa Kudrow for 6 years. Number 2, his first job in the show business was a stagehand for Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. Number 3, in his Batman contract, he negotiated a break in filming in case his beloved Pittsburgh Pirates made the playoffs. Or lastly, he's appeared in movies with all 3 of Tom Cruise's ex-wives. Which one of those is a lie?
I'll have to say 2.
No, that's true, buddy. That was his very first job. Yeah, he was a stagehand for Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. He was he moved stuff around. He was a prop manager. That was his first foray into show business.
Robbie is next.
Robbie right there on line 3. Robbie, how you doing, boss?
Awesome, sir. How you doing?
Good. We're talking about Michael Keaton, the OG Batman in the movies anyway. Which one of these is untrue? Number 1, he dated Friends actress Lisa Kudrow for 6 years. Number 2, in his Batman contract, he negotiated a break in filming in case his Pittsburgh Pirates made the playoffs. Or lastly, he's appeared in movies with all 3 of Tom Cruise's ex-wives.
Sir, I'm going to guess Lisa Kudrow.
Yeah, that's the one, buddy. Yeah. You're a winner. Do you know who it was, really?
Courtney Cox.
Yeah, it was Courtney Cox. He dated her for 6 years.
wow.
How weird is that?
Yeah.
Dude's like 75 years old. You're on hold, buddy. Enjoy the show for sure.
He was on the most recent episode of Smartless.
Yeah, he was.
And yeah.
Well, it's his birthday today. He has Beetlejuice coming out Friday.
Yeah.
He was in the. I write trivia this morning at 4:45, and then get up, and then every news thing is, oh, it's Michael Keaton's birthday. It's Michael Keaton's birthday.
Yeah.
I thought I'd nailed one, and of course everybody knows about it. In his Batman contract, though, he is a gigantic baseball fan, and he is from Pennsylvania, so he did negotiate that if the Pittsburgh Pirates made the playoffs, he could stop filming to go see the playoff games and then return.
I did not know that.
Yeah, that's sack, by the way. That is asking. But Tim Burton wanted him so bad he would have done anything. And they're still very, very close friends, by the way. He did appear in the movies with all 3 of Tom Cruise's ex-wives. That's kind of cool. So that's Nicole Kidman.
Mm-hmm.
That's the youngest one. What was that last one? The Star Wars one.
Yeah. No.
Was she?
No.
She wasn't in
with
Star
dark
Wars?
hair. No, she's from that. Was it Dawson Creek or
And then-
some show like that?
Yeah, Mimi Rogers was the other.
Correct.
And then what's her name, dude? You don't know this?
Joey?
How come
No,
you
that
don't?
was
You're
her
the one
character.
asking me.
I don't know about his ex-wives, dude.
You brought it up.
Nicole Kidman looks weird. Who is it?
Come on, fast fingers,
Come
Jack.
on, we have like the fastest computers on the planet. One of
And
you.
I don't see you hitting any one of those
I'm
buttons.
waiting on
Hotshot.
you. Who is it?
Katie Holmes.
There you go, Katie Holmes. That's exactly what I thought
Knew
it was.
it. Wait, I'm taking a bell for
Yeah,
that. Got it.
A couple other things you may not know about Michael Keaton before we get to the top of the hour. His actual name, and one of the big stories in the news today, that he's going back to his original name, which is Michael John Douglas. And the reason he chose Keaton is because there was already a very famous Michael Douglas in Hollywood. He is the youngest of 7 siblings. So he was the baby, got all the attention. He's worked with 3. This is a really, really interesting trivia question here. He's worked with 3 generations of the same woman. He worked with Tippi Hedren, her daughter, Melanie Griffith, and her daughter, Dakota Johnson.
That's cool.
All in 3 different movies. That's kind of cool.
And also proof that there's nepotism in Hollywood.
That's right, tons of it. And then lastly here, he spends the majority of his time on his 1,000-acre ranch in Montana.
The life.
Also has the reputation of being one of the most down-to-earth, relatable, humble dudes in all of Hollywood with that kind of portfolio.
Really?
Yeah,
Because I get the exact opposite vibe.
Yeah.
Every interview I see him, I'm like, this guy has an ego.
I have to tell you, I'm the same way, but everything I read about this guy today was everybody loves him. Everybody wants to work with him. He's like one of the most down-to-earth, humble cats. But I agree with Jack. When you do interviews with him, he seems to have a whole bunch of swag.
Are they paid to say that he's such a humble
But
guy?
let me tell you
He's
what.
got dirt on people.
This guy's done everything from a movie called, do you remember the movie Gung Ho? He was brought in to save a failing Japanese car-making company.
Correct.
So he did that. He's done Spotlight, which is a movie about abuse in the Catholic Church. which was a dead serious movie. He did Birdman, which was a dead serious movie.
Yeah.
But and then he does Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
And he does a movie called Multiplicity where he's like a serial killer.
Miss Pacific Heights,
Yeah.
Mr. Mom.
Right, dude.
But also the Clean and Sober movie.
Yes.
He did Clean and Sober at the same time he was doing Beetlejuice.
Wow, really?
Yeah, like same year, I should say.
When you look at his portfolio on IMDb, it is not like comedy, or drama. It is like massive comedy, massive drama, massive comedy, superhero.
Yeah.
It's
Just got to throw one in.
It's so crazy. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. A new water park is coming to Central Florida, or well, I should say Florida. And it's an interesting concept.
We have one every afternoon.
Yeah.
It's just always in a different neighborhood.
And I'll tell you about this when we get back.
Your new Orlando home for Tampa Bay Buccaneer football. Real Radio 104.1. Fire the cannons.
From the Goldsmith Jewelry Shop Traffic Center. Lowest prices on the highest quality jewelry. GoldsmithJewelry.com.
Looking at slow traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the Orlando area, east and westbound by the major attractions exits. Looking at activity causing north and southbound delays on Florida's Turnpike. There is a crash north and southbound on the toll road blocking shoulders near the Oakland Exchange exit. If you see other traffic problems, make sure you're calling the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Man, if you've ever bought or sold a home, you understand that nuance can be very important, that those small things can turn out to be big things sometimes. And that is why you need a seasoned real estate group to help you navigate that area, especially now when the rates are lower than they've been in a year. There are lines of people out there really looking for that dream home now that the rates are good. That's why I would highly suggest the Nickley Group. These guys can really help you navigate that into that dream home. Or if you're looking to sell your home, find that buyer that really wants to pay top dollar for your property. They can do this. And don't believe the news that market is softening here in Orlando. Homes still selling for record prices. And not only does the Nickley Group sell homes on average for 6% more, they sell them twice as fast as well. And their website is unbelievable. What a tool, man. You can get your home valued instantly. You can even get a guaranteed cash offer right there on their website. You can even list your home. Do all of that at thenickley.com. And if you want credibility, these guys have 3,000 five-star reviews. I've read a number of them. But when you ask people in the real estate business about the Nickley Group, they tell you this is an elite group of realtors that really have your interests at heart all the time. No commission breath in this building. These guys are all about getting you the home of your dreams or selling that home you're looking to cash out and live the rest of your life. It's the nickley.com. That's NICKLEY group.com.
Are you ready for the ultimate sports experience? Look no further than Frogger's Grill and Bar. We've got your sports fix covered with Saturday college football, NFL football on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays too. Catch all the action on our tons of high-definition TVs while enjoying drink specials available all week long. Don't miss out on Frogger's amazing menu, where everything is fresh, never frozen. Oviedo, Mount Dora, Apopka, and Altamont Springs. Frogger's, hopping with food and fun.
Have you been to Wassey's Meat Market yet? Wassey's Meat Market has hand-cut, never frozen, quality meats. And they've been right here in Melbourne for over 30 years. Choose choice and prime domestic Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, and A5 Japanese Wagyu beef. Wassey's also has sides, appetizers, pies. Did I mention that everything is homemade, which will make your meal even more special? Stop by Wassey's Meat Market from 9 to 6 and Sundays from 10 to 4 at 830 North Wickham Road, right there in Melbourne. That's Wassey's Meat Market.
Here's how to avoid a top mistake in divorce. Text messages and social media posts can wind up in front of a judge. Act accordingly. Don't post like a fool. Divorce? Trenley Kramer Law. TK Law. OneFirmForLife.com.
Another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Funerals are expensive. Do we have enough for ours?
Yeah, I bought Smart Bunny final expense insurance.
Get up to $25,000 coverage for funeral expenses and other needs for as little as $14 a month. Hop on the Smart Bunny app now for final expense insurance. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
So you want to be my client. You think you deserve fair compensation for your injuries. Well, you got to call me. Can't just keep listening forever. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Sunnyside Air Conditioning.
Oh, hi. My air conditioner is blowing hot.
For air conditioners making a funny noise, press 1.
No, it's...
Try to listen to the whole message before making a selection.
Sorry.
For air conditioners blowing cold, but not quite cold enough, press 2.
No, it's blowing hot.
I haven't gotten to that one yet.
Well, can we speed this up?
Don't get grumpy with me, or I'll take you back to the main menu.
No, anything but that. Please don't send me back to the main menu.
Fine, but I'm watching you.
Bet if I'd called Frank Gay, I'd already be getting my problem solved.
But you didn't call Frank Gay. So, what do we do now?
I'm calling Frank Gay.
When your air conditioner is blowing hot, you need a solution now. A helpful operator to guide you, all your options explained, and your problem fixed fast. That's the Frank Gay way.
If you're ready to pull your hair out, press 7.
Ah! That's the Frank Gay way.
FrankGayServices.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This earful of Real Radio is brought to you by Tools Ace Hardware.
As storm season heats up, your Better Business Bureau reminds you to make a list now of trusted professionals. If you need help after a hurricane, who will you trust? Protect your home and family by choosing licensed, reputable professionals. Turn to bbb.org to find a better business.
Mills Air and Business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment change-outs and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because you deserve better. Contact them at whenyounneedus.com or dial pound 546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. This is The Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search The Jim Colbert Show.
Okay. All right, welcome back to The Jim Colbert Show. Real Radio 104.1, 407-916-1041. Text us easily at 77031. I am Jim. There's Danny.
Hi.
Sitting in for Deb today, which we deeply appreciate that. Deb will be with us tomorrow. Jack is here as well.
Hi.
You knew it was coming.
Yeah. Danny, by the way, is she works for Orlando Date Night Guide. So what part of your job is sliding around Orlando and finding cool stuff to write about, talk about, and then, of course, tell people in Orlando about those things, you know, and you have a great reputation in town. And the Date Guide's been around forever. Matter of fact, when I contacted you, I had an old contact name, and they had sold their interest into the new group or whatever. So that's how long it's been around. But, you know, you said something during the break when you were talking about it. I was asking you if you're doing any of the Halloween stuff yet or doing any of the stuff. And I asked you about Hallow Scream.
Yeah.
Or no, I actually asked you about Disney's Not So Scary. And you said it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Always packed. Fun. And then you said you're going to Hallow Scream for the first time. This is tomorrow night, the preview?
Yes, at SeaWorld.
At SeaWorld, right? Yeah.
I'm not a big horror person. I've done Halloween Horror Nights twice. I partook in a lot of the alcoholic beverages to kind of loosen up a bit. So this will be my first time doing a horror event without that device.
Yeah, you don't drink anymore, right? So you stop drinking.
Yeah. So, but they have something that nobody else in town has.
Which is?
Edibles.
Listen to this idea.
You are obsessed with those today, Jack.
Yeah.
It's called the No Boo necklace.
The No Boo necklace.
Yes.
Oh.
So it's a light up necklace for wimps. and they are to alert the scare actors or characters, Caribbean, however you say it,
right.
to let them know that, hey, I'm a wuss. Try not to scare. It's not a guarantee. Like, obviously, the.
Oh no! Do I have to buy said Nobu necklace?
It's $15.
Yeah. Guess what? If I buy the necklace and you scare me, I'm choking you with the necklace.
Oh, what a
wow!
What a clever revenue stream!
What a great idea, right?
Brilliant!
It's so funny.
Brilliant.
Jack's laughing. That's exactly the response I had. I was like, "What a great idea!"
Yeah, man.
And by the way, I didn't even know it was a charge thing until you just said that.
Of course it is.
So is it a different color or something?
Yeah,
is that
it's like I don't know if it's different this year, but in years past it looked like it was like purple, and there's a ghost at the end of it. And
you would only buy it if you don't want to get scared.
Right.
There's no other reason to buy it, right?
Yeah.
So it only has to be one color.
Yeah. And it's, obviously it costs money for them to make the necklace, but certainly not $15. But hey, go for it. And I think for like couples or groups of friends and stuff, if you've got that one wuss like me, like that's at least a way for them to get to go and hopefully be more comfortable. I've never done it. I don't know how effective it's going to be, so we'll see.
Is this the first year they've done that? There's no way that Universal doesn't know about this and hasn't charged for that yet, because this definitely is coming.
I mean, it's kind of impossible for horror nights, and not to like knock Hollow Scream,
right.
but when you think
right.
of how intense and how theatrical Horror Nights is, there's no point.
Yeah, you can't go into a haunted house and go, leave me alone.
Right.
Yeah.
So things are a little more spaced out at Hollow Scream. And plus they have the scare zone. So it's not just, the houses. And the thing that also that Hollow Scream does that Horror Nights doesn't do is Hollow Scream has like themed bars.
Oh, really?
So, and they are a little kind of like, no one's going to jump out and make you spill your drink, but like they've got aerialists, and like one year there was a scantily clad lady performing.
Yeah, tell me more.
Like performing in a net, like she was like a
cocoon?
poison ivy type thing.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so you've got those. There's more than just the houses there.
Yeah.
So, and my husband may not be able to join me, so he may be doing this solo.
No way.
Thankfully, one of my colleagues in the industry is going, so might be adopted.
So
by
when
them.
you go do these things out and around town, I know that you do them frequently. Matter of fact, every time you come in on Thursdays,
I've got something.
Almost always that evening you have somewhere to go or whatever. Is it always the same group of people, like influencers and stuff around town, that you see when you do this?
So it's interesting because we walk the line. There's essentially two groups. You've got traditional media, and then you've got influencers.
Traditional would be your newspapers and TV stations.
Yeah.
And then the influencers, of course, would be, and you would be your traditional media, are you not?
Yeah, they consider us traditional media. Thank you. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
But we do have a good presence on Instagram as well. So we kind of have that
hybrid,
that influency type. So there are legitimately two different groups. And so sometimes those groups will intermingle and sometimes they won't. But yeah, we've all gotten to know each other over the years and stuff. And
That's cool.
So I'm a very competitive person, so I have to remind myself they're not competition.
Yeah,
You're in the same industry. It's all good.
It's so funny because I know the food reviewers had a really tough time kind of, delineating themselves from influencers and because it, again, and I'm not ragging on anybody because I know a number of these influencers, and it is a lot of work, but food critics like Fayez and Amy Drew Thompson for the Sentinel and other people, they've lived their lives doing this. They just aren't a cute blonde that look great in shorts and decide to tell you what they think the greatest donut is by just going to somebody else's thing and reading it and making a cute video as they slide in.
Right.
You wonder how much actual penetrating value that has to customers, but, that's a battle that they have to deal with. Fayez doesn't F around. I mean, he goes to these places. I've been with him, and he orders almost everything in the menu, and then he eats it, and then he sits there and writes. It's not easy work. It seems like it, but it isn't. And when Amy Drew was with us, and she would talk about it as well, I mean, it was an all-day thing. She has deadlines, the whole 9 yards. So it is tough. And then you have an influencer that slides in, does a really cool video of a sub, and, gets, 10 or 12,000 likes on it, and it works. You just wonder how long that's going to be doable when you know that some of these kids really don't know about food. They don't know the nuance of what was there before. They don't really have any skin in the game,
Well, it's a different approach now. It's a lot more of the skills that they bring in terms of kind of the entertainment value.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more it's a quick hit, but the videography that they utilize, the kind of that entertainment and stuff, the game has really changed where, because it is so saturated, people do have to kind of differentiate themselves, and the audience is craving more. They're sick of seeing the same poses and the same angles and stuff.
And even Fayez and those guys will tell you, even if I write a very well-worded, critique of your restaurant that really even looks good, when you go up against an influencer that's saying kind of the same thing, but they're also doing it with a very shiny video, a really well-produced video piece that kind of shows the dish, shows the vibe of the place. It's hard to compete with that with just the word. Even though the person may not have the integrity or the chops that some of the other actual food critics have, to a lot of the people who are lay people, they don't give a damn. They just want that Cuban sandwich looks awesome in that photograph. I'm going.
I think the legitimacy, though, of, someone like Fayez or Amy Drew, you can't beat that. And so there's such talent in the influencer world, but in terms of just kind of that legitimacy, that weight.
Yeah.
And we do that, too, in the sense that our website's been around for 15 some odd years, and it's not just a quick hit. This is something, evergreen information that people are looking for. So there is that interesting balance.
And I think now with the dollar so tight for a lot of American families that they are uber researching where they spend their money now.
Yeah.
So, they're going out online. They're looking for those influencers that they trust or those critics that they trust or people like you, or they like, Danny turns me on to good looking stuff and fun stuff all the time for a good price. So I'm listening, and that's why we always tell people when you do your segment, hey, look, if you missed anything, go to the website and listen to it again, and then go to the website, OrlandoDateNightGuide.com, because not only what you featured is there, but plenty of other things as well.
Yeah.
And by the way, this thing we're featuring real quick, I'm going to pay this off. Have you heard about this water park that's coming to the Naples area? A $215 million resort, 500 rooms, 92,000 square feet, and it's an indoor water park called, I think it's the Great Wolf Lodge. Is that what it is?
Yes.
Do you know about this?
Yeah. So they're a brand that has a couple of spots around the country, and this will be the first one in Florida.
Yeah, opening on the 25th, I believe.
Yes. And, an indoor water park is good in that you don't have to worry about the weather, obviously. And as much as we love Florida weather, it does have its moments. But I tell you, man, those indoor water parks are so loud.
Yeah, they're very loud, aren't they?
So loud.
And I got to tell you, isn't it a weird place to put it? Naples?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that a crazy retirement? Are there even children there? I'm joking, but I'm kind of serious. Isn't that a weird place to put it? Like, why wouldn't you try to compete somewhere in this area for that, or coastally for that? Why Naples?
Perhaps the market is saturated. I feel like hopefully a company of that
magnitude.
Thank you. Has good real estate researchers on their team.
Yeah.
It's like what I think a 4 or 5 hour drive. From here,
4 hours for sure. Yeah.
It seems like you'd be getting more like Florida residents and Georgia folks heading down than like the normal tourist folks that we get.
I wonder if they do it because there are a lot of vacation spots down in that area. That Fort Myers, that what's that island down there? Starts with a C. I can never remember.
Sanibel.
Well, Sanibel, Captiva.
Yeah.
Those are big vacation spots, but maybe they're hoping that when families come down for vacation that, you have the beach stuff and everything, but, there's not really a water park near there.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they're doing.
Yeah, give them give them a need that they don't have available to them, because think about how far they have to drive. Literally the same 4 or 5 hours to get to where we have all our stuff.
And that trip
or even Tampa.
Yeah, you'd have to book a room for that.
Yeah.
There's no question. You couldn't come over here and, for 4 hours and hit the water park and then haul ass home. Yeah, it's not a day trip for sure. All right.
That would kill Dad.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. So we were talking about SeaWorld a second ago, and I have a question to ask. And by the way, when I ask this question when we come back, I am not throwing stones at anybody.
Oh, here we go.
I'm being honest here because we have a good relationship with these people, but I have a legitimate question to ask, and I'll do that next.
The new Real Music Weekends begin this weekend on Real Radio 104.1.
From the Clausman Law Traffic Center, car crash, call Clausman Law. ClausmanLaw.com.
Heavy traffic continues on I-4 in the usual spots by the major attractions exits this afternoon. Looking at a crash blocking the eastbound right lane on 434 just before Central Florida Parkway. Still seeing delays from the earlier crashes reported north and southbound on Florida's Turnpike near the Oakland Exchange exit. If you see traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses, so you can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A., copyright 2024.
Guys, this summer, get a brand new grill at a great price from our friends over at Tools Ace Hardware. Up to $300 off a brand new Traeger grill. Get that beautiful wood-fired flavor when you cook for the family. Maybe you like propane grills. I do. Up to $150 off a grill from Napoleon. And if you haven't heard of that brand, they are amazing. This is like a professional cooking series where every square inch of that grill top gets balls hot so you can cook your food perfectly. Tools Ace also carries grills and pizza ovens from Big Green Egg, Weber, Rectech, Gosney, and Uni. And when you buy a grill from Tools Ace Hardware, you get free assembly and free local delivery on grill purchases $3.99 and up. Tools Ace Hardware has 13 convenient locations right here in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
As storm season heats up, your Better Business Bureau reminds you to make a list now of trusted professionals. If you need help after a hurricane, who will you trust? Protect your home and family by choosing licensed, reputable professionals. Turn to bbb.org to find a better business.
And now, another insurance story from
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey, shh.
I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Shh. Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Mills Air in business since 1992. That's over 30 years here in Central Florida. They're not going anywhere. Carrier factory authorized dealer. You can always turn to the experts at Carrier. Equipment changeouts and upgrades right now with up to $1,275 in rebates. Visit millsair.com.
In St. Augustine, Ponte Vedra, it might feel like there's not enough time to take everything in. Because once you're done exploring 42 miles of pristine coast, marveling at historical architecture, and enjoying world-class food, it'll be time to check out and head home. But that's okay. You can always stay just one more day. Visit FloridasHistoricCoast.com to learn more. It's about time.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
You've heard of a pro tip. Here's a mo tip. After an accident, the insurance company may make you a quick offer to go away. They may also be offering you pennies on the dollar. Injured on the go? Just call Mo. Mo DeWitt, Orlando attorney.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day, but when we're driving, cooking, working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Call 844-ADD-HELP-5. That's 844-ADD-HELP-5.
Don't miss TK Law. Trendley Kramer Law calls every Wednesday at 8:35 on the Monsters in the Morning. Ray Trendley and the Monsters will be discussing all things law, from the latest celebrity legal troubles to what's going on out there.
Kickoff is almost here, and iHeart is the official home of the NFL Podcast Network, featuring podcasts like NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal.
Packing it with so much goodness. Chock full of info.
And tons of fantasy football podcasts with expert advice for you to win your fantasy league. It's the best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
For all your windows and doors, go to FASWD.com. That's FASWD.com.
Real Radio 104.1.
This is the Jim Colbert Show. Also available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Just search the Jim Colbert Show.
Look, man, if you're driving out in Orlando right now, please be careful. Holy balls. It is crazy out there right now. Look, I'm a Floridian. I've seen some pretty bad storms. The one that's outside of the building right now is, I said to Jack, I said, that's as hard as it can rain.
Yeah.
Without it just being solid water like you're under a faucet, that's as hard as it can rain.
You can hear it in here. And Jim said, do you hear that? I said, yes.
Yeah.
But he didn't take that as an answer.
I didn't
He
believe
goes,
you.
Did you hear that?
I'm like,
I
"Can
go,
you
yes.
not-"
He goes, did you hear that?
Can you hear that, dude?
3 times, yes.
It literally felt like it was going to blow the window in. It is so bad out there right now.
Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, I'm about to drive to, the Funny Bone to see
That's
the
right.
Moats Comedy Jam.
Unbelievable. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. Welcome back. I am Jim. Danny Meyering stepping in for Deb today. Thank you so much, dear. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Audience loves you. We love you as well.
Thank you.
Jack's here, too.
Thanks.
I'll take it.
The audience is indifferent about Jack. That's why I said that. They're not 100% sure.
I think the audience has a better feel for me than Jimmy does.
They think he's been here too long. They think Jack and I both have been here too long. That's right. They need some fresh voices like yours. All right, 407-916-1041. So, so I will say this. How do I? Well, no, you'll understand when I say it, Jack, immediately, because the unique thing about being a broadcaster and trying to hold yourself to a certain level and integrity, because look, man, there are a lot of people out there that'll just say whatever. There are no dissenting voices on their shows, so they can just spew whatever horse ass they want. Nobody, and their crew just jumps in and piles on.
Yeah, man.
You go to their Facebook page and all the dissenting comments have been deleted. But that's that same person's telling you though they're not telling you the truth. They're not transparent.
Echo chamber.
It's so ridiculous, right? But that happens. And here, when we talk about things, we try to be as honest and as transparent as we possibly can, so that that when it comes to things, that we don't let certain things get in the way of us, communicating properly to our audience. And it comes to this, and I'm talking about Discovery Cove. Right? Now, the reason why this is an interesting thing here, Jack, is this. Discovery Cove is part of SeaWorld.
Yes.
Right? And we love them. Matter of fact, I think a couple people who have been over there, I think Deb has been over there, and a number of people on the show and in the building have gone over to the experience and love it. Matter of fact, have you been a couple times?
We've been 3 or 4 times.
3 or 4 times.
Love it.
Everybody I know who goes there thinks it's one of the most magical experiences. TC and his wife, which is Tom and his wife, go over there and they love it.
Yeah, you're talking about Discovery Cove, though,
yeah,
right?
Discovery Cove, yes.
Yeah.
Where you can swim with the dolphins. Right,
Yeah,
exactly. And it's like a whole thing. You get a cabana, and I've heard it's one of the coolest experiences when you go out there and really have a good time.
Yes,
right.
it is.
But like any other place, like we've had water parks here in Central Florida. It's happened at Disney. It's happened everywhere. They've had some tragedies at Discovery Cove. Have you noticed this? Do you know how many this year?
No. 3?
3 deaths.
Really?
This year at Discovery Cove.
Deaths.
A 13-year-old girl named Anna Beaumont was pronounced dead.
What?
A 51-year-old man was transported to the hospital after he was found unresponsive. He was identified as Douglas Reed. His cause of death is still pending. And most recently, August 31st, a man in his 60s was found unresponsive in the theme park pool. That was just last week. Okay? And here's my question. And again, this is me saying we absolutely love this property and we love these people. SeaWorld have been a wonderful partner with us forever. But here's my question. How is it that they have one problem on Icon Park when that young man fell from that ride? Do you remember which one I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
And what happened after that?
They closed it down, did an investigation, and said that
they closed that thing down and put it on a truck and shipped it away as if it never was there.
Is it gone? It's not still
it's
standing
gone.
there?
Buddy, they unbolted that thing and took it away like it was Burning Man.
Because there's something tall down there. I guess they have another ride.
Yeah, there's three tall
rides there, but that particular one was more like a drop.
Okay,
Right.
yeah.
So you got the one that flies,
Right.
and then you got the volcano
Now-
slingshot thing.
Now
and then that.
let's rewind to my argument back then, because I did not think they should take it down. Matter of fact, I got to tell you, my thing, they could have had it open that next weekend. I wouldn't have seen a problem with that. And the reason why, it was operator error. It was you when you're hired. Go ahead.
Well, didn't they also showed that they had modified the vehicle?
Well, they had like the operator did
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
So it was the ride was designed properly because it worked perfectly all this time.
Yeah.
All that time, all those years, it worked fine. People paid their money. They went up there and they had a great time. One person let somebody that shouldn't have been on the ride, and then modified the ride so that person could get on the ride, and that person met a tragic death. And nobody feels worse than Orlando that young man passed away that day. There is no malicious intent to any of these comments about that young man. It is tragic that his family had to deal with that. And I completely understand their argument that thing should go. I understand the argument. I do not agree with the argument. You know, even had it been my child, I would not have argued for that because I would have seen logically it wasn't the ride's fault. Again, the ride worked perfectly every other time they did it. As a matter of fact, it worked perfectly for every other person on that ride that night.
Yeah.
So how is it that has one accident and they unbolt it and tear it down and send it away, but there are 3 accidents at this property and...
So one is, it's kind of like when there's video of something, there's quicker action. And not that there was necessarily video of this, which actually I think there may be, but the fact that it was so visible and so horrific, whereas the other ones, I didn't know about them until you just told me about them. And I don't know if I missed it in the news or if it was buried in the news.
Well, again,
I don't remember them being top of mind stories that had 3 people this year dying at that park.
Since May.
This summer, dying at that park.
Since May.
Wow.
July 8th, May 29th, and August 31st.
And so we were there like 4 days before that.
Right.
And I have to wonder, because there's 2 main areas to swim in.
Right.
There's the Grand Reef, which is a saltwater area, and then the freshwater lazy river.
Yes.
Which is not lazy whatsoever, but because it's
Paul's ass.
Well, it's not that it's fast. It's and this is one of the things I'm wondering about. Is the depth level in there changes constantly.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah. It goes from, you can walk on it to 8 feet deep, and then it comes back up. And it goes back to 8 feet deep.
Okay.
And it comes back up.
I've never been there. I can't tell you.
So I have to, I believe the 15-year-old, my understanding was perhaps in the Grand Reef, but I'm not so sure about the other 2.
Yeah, the 13-year-old girl, she was found unresponsive in the in a Discovery Cove pool. She was pronounced dead at a local hospital. She was in the swimming pool. Beaumont was found unresponsible in the pool the day prior. And on July 8th, a 51-year-old man was transported to a local hospital after he was found unresponsive in a pool in Discovery Cove as well. The latest, the 31st, a man in his 60s was found unresponsive in a theme park pool.
Wow.
What's the cause of death, though?
So the funny thing is they haven't even identified the man who is 60, or they haven't printed his name. On the 51-year-old man, his cause of death is still pending, I guess, is what it says. The cause of death is still pending an investigation. He could have had a heart issue or something in the pool and drowned. Understandable.
But since it's the ambiguity, thank you. Since there's uncertainty over what the exact cause of death is, there was no uncertainty in the Icon Park tragedy.
No, there was no uncertainty there.
So
Obviously, we knew what the issue was there.
Yeah, so I think it's easier to point the finger and say, bad, that must go.
Right, right.
Even though that's an emotional response to the situation, and you're right, logically you can say, well, we identified what was wrong. We can fix it.
Right.
However, people, just because of the horrific nature of that tragedy.
And I think maybe the age of the kid.
Yeah.
Because he was only 13, 14 years old?
So you mentioned there was a 13-year-old girl as well. And the cause of death not listed for her either.
Right, yeah. And this is one of those things you're like, okay, well, if they tore the one ride down because one person passed away on it, and it happened, that's the entirety of the ride's life, one person. And then And then this has 3 accidents in a very short period of time, and we don't hear anything like that. There's no outcry like that. And it's not because I'm not trying to blame. I'm just trying to how and why.
I mean, it's certainly not near as public as.
Yeah, because again, not trying to be callous here, but drowning isn't the same as falling 200 feet to your death in front of 40 people on the most popular tourist destination in Orlando outside of the theme parks, which is iDrive. That's a story. You being found unresponsive in a pool is a story, but that could have happened for a number of reasons, and that could happen in a number of ways. And I understand the what's the word I'm trying to look for? The nature of that young man's death was considerably more graphic and
it does definitely seem, the timing within such a short period of time,
right,
of the incidents here.
But again, guys, and again, I'm not trying to, but if we had any other ride or any other thing in the area and 3 people had passed away since May on that thing, do you think that that would be that it would just be glossed over? I mean, it would be that we wouldn't be talking about it.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's not been.
I do find that interesting as well. By the way, the story I'm reading here is a Fox 35 story, and it lists all the people who had passed away. And again, this was published September 1st. The author is Danny Medina. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering out loud about that. Yeah, exactly. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031.
Is it investigated differently when it's a theme park? Because I know when it comes to the rides, I think some of the theme parks, they self-regulate those. They self-inspect, and they do that in conjunction with the government, but they handle it. I know that is true of Disney because that came to light during the whole DeSantis Disney debacle.
Yeah, because they have the own thing. The Reedy Creek thing is its own entity right outside of Orange County and everything, right?
Yeah, but as far as
it's almost like sovereign to Disney.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I think Universal can do it as well, where they inspect their own rides.
Yeah.
So I don't know if SeaWorld is in that, and if that plays into how they would investigate something of this nature.
Right, yeah.
And I mean, it's an aquatic, it's a body of water as opposed to a moving ride vehicle.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, it calls into question the lifeguard training and
they mentioned that in the story. They mentioned that they didn't print, that they don't put any of the lifeguard information, or the investigator said that they didn't see any of the lifeguard information online. And that some of that I want to make sure I read this properly. Go ahead. You were going to say?
Well, just the lifeguard training, the staffing. Are there enough lifeguards on position? Are they short people? And perhaps there's a post that they normally have a lifeguard up on, and they weren't.
Yeah, I don't know, but the thing is I think the lack of information there is even more of a, more one of those things. You're like, okay, well, I guess we're just going to figure out what's going on. But I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that because that gentleman passed away just last week. I mean,
he's roughly the same. My parents are a little bit older, and we were there with them 4 days prior to that.
All right, 407-916-1041. Text us at 77031. Did you guys know there are a bunch of new laws and policies going into play October 1st?
Oh, new month, new laws. What do you got? What do you got?
Well, I mean, they're going, and it's so funny because.
Well, do they do this quarterly? Because usually it's like the new laws. Sometimes they go into effect July 1st, like midway through the year,
right?
And then 3 months later, maybe it's
well, House Bill 3
cycle.
The one that we've heard about a lot, which is the SAFE Act, which is Safeguarding American Families Everywhere Act. That's the motor vehicle registration thing. The law will require that vehicle registration applications include a section to let applicants voluntarily indicate whether they have or whether they're the legal guardian of a child who has, autism, ADD, Downs, Alzheimer's, any of those things, because that way, and we've had this with officers who deal with certain people who have mental disabilities they don't know about. The officers don't know that. And then they assume that behavior that is due to their disability is aggression,
right?
And then it can turn out being tragic. So I think this is kind of what that's built around, at least some of it,
Yeah, I've got a couple of family members that deal with type of situations like that.
Absolutely,
same. And you worry about in that situation when if you are with someone who sometimes can lose control in a situation, how that will play out, in a world where they're around people who don't know them and aren't used to dealing in that type of situation. So any more warning you could give law enforcement before a possible interaction, I think is a positive thing.
Absolutely. And I know that they are going into some major training for law enforcement officers to be able to spot that stuff, because sometimes it's not. Like if you would have met my mother, if I'd have brought my mom in and sat her right there and you had a conversation with her for 10 minutes, there's no way possible you would have known what was going on behind those eyes.
Yeah.
And what was going on behind those eyes was not explainable because I read some of her writing and it was just bananas. I mean, she just kind of reached that point where she was so paranoid about everything and everyone, including me. Like in the middle of conversation, she would stop and go, "What'd you say? Why'd you say that?" Thinking there was some kind of subversive thing happening, even with her own son. And all I ever did my entire life was try to care for her and take care of her. But if you didn't know that and you pulled my mom over and she went into one of her episodes, it could have been bad. We just saw what happened with that lady and that officer, and that guy's obviously now in jail and looking at murder charges when he shot that woman, the rebuking the water thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a scenario where, she had some mental disabilities and that cop did not know it. He's a bad cop to begin with, but, even the good ones, when you don't know it, and how do you blame them?
Yeah.
When you get a paranoid schizophrenic yelling a bunch of crazy stuff, maybe with a weapon or near a weapon, what are you supposed to do?
Yeah, it's hard to override those survival instincts.
Yeah, for sure. House Bill 59 is going to crack down on thefts, namely the most scourgy thief of all time, which is porch pirate. The worst. The absolute worst. Have you seen
Worst pirate there is.
Yeah. The new ones. I've seen a couple videos on the West Coast where the FedEx driver walks up to the porch and the porch pirate just walks up and takes the package out of his hands.
Immediately. Wow.
Out of his hands.
Oh, dude.
Just literally grabs it out of his hands.
Wild, Wild West.
And the guy's just standing there with his little registration pad in his hand looking and wondering what to do. So they're gonna increase the penalties to become much harsher, hopefully trying to quell some of those thefts, especially going into the Christmas shopping season.
Hopefully they don't challenge accepted.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's do this.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? HB 801 is Alzheimer's training for law enforcement. Again, this is to, so that law enforcement can understand the signs that someone could be suffering from that.
Man, whew, they got a lot to undertake.
And it's so funny because this one kind of goes hand in hand with the story that Jack had during news. Vaping for teens is at its lowest in a decade, and HB 1007 is nicotine dispensing devices. It'll allow the state attorney to create a directory of all nicotine manufacturers that sell dispensers that are deemed to be attractive to minors.
Ooh.
So they're coming after that. And I agree with Jack. We kind of said this earlier. The chances are the crackdown they've had already has had a large effect on how many teens are able to do it, like how much access they have to it.
Well, it shows it's been effective.
Yeah, for sure.
They say, they're going to stop selling, fruity flavors. It's like, well, and you wonder, is that going to do anything, or are they just going to go around and find other ways? But apparently, statistically, they're at an all-time low in the past 10 years for kids vaping.
I get my grumpy mom pants on when we go to this certain shopping plaza that has a swim school and a karate class for kids, and then in between the two of them is a smoke shop.
Oh,
with
no, dude.
And I'm like, why would that landlord? I guess they got to get their money somehow, but come on, bro.
Yeah, that's a bad scene. It's so funny because they hyper manage that stuff in the open market, but in places like that, it's so weird how they would allow that, but you could just shift the spaces.
Yeah.
Like it's just a kiosk, right? They could just put it somewhere else, could they not, or no?
No, it's a storefront.
It's a storefront?
Yeah, but it's the whole shopping plaza is all very family friendly, and then right there,
Boom.
and it's not, and they've got a lot of graphic stuff out in the windows.
Yeah. I got really pissed off at the Altamont Mall once because during shopping season they had a belt buckle that just had the F word, and it was like giant. It was giant. It was like the size of a bumper sticker almost. Wow. And I was like, why do you do that? Why would you need to do that?
Yeah.
You know what, kids?
Shock
And it was
value, man.
eye level to like a 10-year-old.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. That's what you want your mall reflecting. And I got my ass handed to me, bro. Look, you're old man.
Of
You old
course.
man. You old
Yeah.
fart. I'm like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, man.
I didn't say the word, by the way. I said blank. HB0149, we'll close with this, is flood disclosure, which is a big deal here in Central Florida when it comes to real estate.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if your house has been flooded and you're selling it and you've done the repairs, you still have to disclose that your house at one point was flooded. Yeah.
It may get to a point where everything's a flood zone.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
You know,
That Florida is a flood zone.
Florida.
Yeah, just about 10 years, buddy. I think that's going to happen. Yeah, the title must be labeled flood disclosure. And a flood insurance policy disclaimer must provide a statement that says this has happened. You know, and let me tell you, that's important.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
So it's like Carfax for houses.
Yeah, exactly right. By the way, if you want to read this, the list is much longer. ClickOrlando.com had this up. This is all the new laws going into action on October 1st. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us, 77031. Take a little break and we'll get the hell out of here on a Thursday.
Real Radio is on Instagram at Real Radio 1041. Sponsored by the law offices of Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys. Have you been in an accident? Call the law offices of Anajar and Levine at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
From the Cool Today Weather Center, cooltoday.com.
What's up, Central Florida? Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergen here. We're looking at a lot of rain chances over the next week at 80% all the way through about September 10th. And we are looking at a lot of storms each afternoon that could produce flooding, gusty winds, lots of lightning, high humidity as well. In the tropics, there are several areas to watch, but to be honest, none of them are really any concern for Florida. We'll watch next week in the Western Caribbean and the Western Gulf for maybe some weak tropical development.
This report is sponsored by Early Learning Coalition of Osceola County.
Want to give your child a learning experience that's free, fun, and gets them ready for the future? The voluntary pre-kindergarten program is your answer. It's available at no cost to any 4-year-old child residing in the state of Florida. Visit our website at elcosceola.org. That's elcosceola.org.
You might wonder, John Legend, how do you keep your voice sounding so legendary? Honey. And how do I keep my protection against COVID-19 up to date? With a COVID shot this season, designed for recent variants.
You can get your COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot if you're due for both, as recommended by the CDC.
The fresher, the better.
Ask your healthcare provider about getting this season's COVID-19 shot when getting your flu shot.
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Ready to upgrade your home with energy-efficient windows and doors? This September, don't miss out on Renewal by Andersen's exclusive sale. For a limited time, buy one, get one 40% off replacement windows and patio doors, plus 0 down, 0 payments, and 0% interest for 18 months. Their custom-made windows and doors are designed to keep your home comfortable year-round and reduce your energy bills. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Visit bestwindowsflorida.com to schedule your free consultation. Don't just take my word for it, though. Here's what Lisa had to say when she left a review August 12th on Google. We were very pleased with the service we received from Renewal by Andersen. From start to finish, they communicated with us the status of our order. When it came to the install, Thomas and his crew were extremely courteous and professional. They worked hard and answered any questions we had. I highly recommend Renewal by Andersen. You won't be disappointed. Official partner of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. License number CGC 1527613.
I'm Olivia. When I was injured in a car crash, I knew from listening to this station who I needed to call. I called attorney Glenn Klossman. I knew I had a super lawyer on my side. I was extremely happy with the results. I'm Olivia, and I highly recommend attorney Glenn Klossman, Office Winter Park.
Start your engines for the Central Florida International Auto Show November 14th to the 17th at the Orange County Convention Center with hundreds of new and unique vehicles. Buy tickets now and save $2 per ticket at OrlandoAutoShow.com.
Wake up with football every morning and listen to my new podcast, NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal. 5 days a week, you get all the latest news, the best analysis delivered by the time you get your coffee. This show hits on every single game, every single week, but I can't do it alone, so I'm bringing in all the big guns from NFL media. Subscribe today, and you'll immediately be smarter and funnier than your friends. Listen to NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search NFL Daily to start listening.
Seminole Hard Rock Tampa is excited to bring you live craps, roulette, and sports betting. All under one roof, hotter than the Florida sun. Feel the luck of the dice, watch the roulette wheel spin, and scream for your touchdown as the big screen comes alive. Dine like a rock star, sip cocktails that shimmer, then dive into the heart of Las Vegas right here in Tampa Bay. Live craps, roulette, sports betting is here. Get in on the action now. Only at Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tampa, located off of I-4 near I-75. Gambling problem? Call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
Is it a cold, allergies, or could it be a sinus issue? Aspire Allergy and Sinus can help you find out. A recent study has shown that 45% of patients who suffer from allergies also suffer from chronic sinus issues that are often left untreated. So ditch those nasal sprays and over-the-counter meds for good and find a solution that actually works. The specialists at Aspire Allergy and Sinus make it easy by identifying the problem and creating a custom plan to tackle it. Go to aspireallergy.com to schedule your appointment. That's aspireallergy.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, this is Earl Ron, president of New South Window. New South offers volume discounts for homeowners. The more you buy, the more you save. Our discounts start at the fourth window, and from there, the savings grow. New South can do this because we own our factory, and that's the power of Factory Direct. Visit us at newsouthwindow.com.
Are you ready for the ultimate sports experience? Look no further than Frogger's Grill and Bar. We've got your sports fix covered with Saturday college football, NFL football on Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays too. Catch all the action on our tons of high-definition TVs while enjoying drink specials available all week long. Don't miss out on Frogger's amazing menu, where everything is fresh, never frozen. Oviedo, Mount Dora, Apopka, and Altamont Springs. Frogger's, hopping with food and fun.
Look ahead with the team at TK Law to plan your family's future. Visit onefirmforlife.com.
Stay tuned to the Jim Colbert Show as we demonstrate our attitude of gratitude. Our thank you segment is sponsored by Life Imaging FLA. Now open. Call pound 250 keyword heart scan. You're listening to The Jim Colbert Show, also available to watch. Yeah. At The Jim Colbert Show on YouTube.
Jimmy, I grew up in Naples, and here's the thing about Naples. Beautiful beaches, old people, rich old people, and then you have the Everglades, just east of there. And basically, it's hell on earth.
I thought he was about to drop a truth bomb on us, and he did. All right, 407-916-1041. Text us 77031. I am Jim. Danny Meyering in today.
Hello.
Thank you, dear. Appreciate that very much. Saved my ace today. I appreciate it. Oh, you big one. Jack Bradshaw in as well. Jack, at the beginning of the show, you said if we had a lull, you have 5 facts. 5.
Yeah, and we had no lull.
Had no lull today, but I do want these facts because I'm a trivia junkie and I love learning little things.
Do you remember what you had to say to get the said facts? Come on.
Is there a password?
Yeah.
Safe word?
I found it. I got it. It's Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
No. No, it's from the movie Stripes. It's related to that.
Oh God. Yeah, is it yes, sir? Can I have another?
No.
Hold on. God, there were so many good.
It's a play on that, but he goes, "Is that the fact, Jack?"
Oh yeah, is that the fact, Jack? yeah. Bill Murray, 81. That's a great movie. You haven't seen Stripes? Go check it out.
I love that movie.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely love that
John
movie.
Candy, mud wrestling. How do you lose?
Yeah, but here we go with Jack's facts. So 5 random facts that these were lifelines throughout the day that we didn't need. So 5 random facts. The largest urban area by population outside of Asia is
India.
No. It's a city in a country. I will give you a hint. It's a place where they recently banned X or TikTok.
Oh, it's Brazil.
And so the city
would be Sao Paulo?
Yes, nailed it. Yes, Sao Paulo, Brazil. You, sir, have just earned yourself
A ding?
A ding.
I love dings.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
In the comics, Batman carried something in his utility belt in case Superman turned evil.
Kryptonite?
Yeah, he came back in the comic books.
Did he really?
Batman carried a chunk of kryptonite in his utility belt in case Superman turned evil.
I will be damned. I did not know that. I actually thought you were going to say shark repellent.
Do I get it though? Or was I too hesitant?
Yeah.
Oh, some girl wants her ding.
Hey.
Ding her up, kid.
Mama wants a ding.
Mom wants a ding.
If you die in Amsterdam
Okay.
and you don't have any family or next of kin, you will get something that will be recited at your funeral. Do you know what it is?
You lived a good life and you died in Amsterdam.
Well, usually it's like an epitaph that would be on your stone.
Yeah.
Is it like a poem?
It is a poem. Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
A poet will write a poem about you and recite it at your funeral if you die in Amsterdam without family or next of kin.
Yeah. It used to be a poet. Now it's AI. They do it in 2 seconds.
Right, yes.
Oh.
ChatGPT, baby.
Yeah, right.
All right, so your fourth weird fact for this Thursday, random fact, Exxon tried to get into the office supply market in the 70s and 80s. Do you remember that? Are you at all aware of that?
I'm not. Are you going to ask me what the product was?
No, I'll tell you what the product is because I had no idea. I remember Exxon being a popular gas station.
Yeah, it's
at the
just an
time.
oil company, right?
Yeah. They made products like a typewriter with a floppy disk built in to save what you were typing.
Damn, really? Like the early word processor.
Seems cutting edge, right?
Yeah.
They killed off the division in 1984 after they lost $1 billion, over $1 billion.
Oh, trying to do that?
Yeah, they're like,
Well,
pull a plug on this.
Yeah, here's the thing. You're entering a market that already has HP, and then all of the former typewriter companies were moving into the word processing world.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's tough.
Oof.
And your final random fact for this Thursday.
I love this.
A band that got their name when one of their members was a cashier at Starbucks. People would give him $1.50 to pay for their coffee. And here's how long ago it was. It only cost $1.45 at Starbucks.
Okay, so it was back in 1910.
Yeah. So if they give them $1.50 and it costs $1.05, what are they getting in change?
Oh, what now? What's the question?
If the coffee costs $1.45,
okay,
and the customer gives them $1.50, what do they get?
Nickelback.
Nickelback. Oh, God.
And Nickelback was the name of the band because one of the members was a cashier at Starbucks.
No way.
That's how you get
the truth.
Nickelback. Yeah.
No way.
That is so lame. That band is lame.
That explains
and
their
now
music.
their name is, oh my
That explains their music. No, there's a. Did you
and
see
I'm a suburban mom.
Did you see
I'm pretty lame myself.
Did you see the Nickelback documentary yet?
Why would I subject myself to such a thing?
You mean the self-produced documentary?
The Nickelback has its own documentary. Yeah, I thought for sure, like
my
Starbucks out of
God.
Seattle, I thought it was going to be one of the grunge bands.
Yeah.
All right, good job, man. All right, 407 916-1041. Jack, who do we have to thank today?
Who don't we have to thank
Yeah,
today?
got a
One,
handful.
the lovely Danny Meyering for joining
thank
us
you.
today.
Thank you.
Date night done right, extended all the way through 7 p.m. We appreciate that.
Look at her go.
Glenn Klausman coming by for not only Colbert Court, but his second annual sponsorship of Suds, Pups, and Pints happening September 21st.
That's right.
If you want more details about it, you can log on to realradio.fm/dogwash.
Free family event, the best one you'll go to all year long, without question. 3 to 6, Mount Dora. It is going to be a blast. Thanks to Glenn. Guinness is going to be there. So many entertainers downtown. Paw Affection is going to be there with their dogs, like 40 of them or something. You can't lose with this event. It is free.
Yeah, absolutely. We also want to thank Froggers. The Froggers football forecast came back today. Want to thank Michael and his crew at 4 area Froggers. Find the one near you at froggers.com. But we're excited about football season, which kicks off tonight. And we're also appreciative because every Thursday we get to eat some fine Froggers food, fresh, never frozen.
God dang, dude, that is a bunch of F's.
Froggers.
Fine Froggers food, fresh, never frozen.
You give a lot of F's.
For football, baby.
Yeah, very
That's
good.
why it's the Froggers football forecast. And on Tuesday, tune in for the Froggers football follow-up.
Very nice. Oh, man, more F's.
For your chance to fin or win.
To finish first.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Who doesn't like to finish first?
You are such an ass. Every dude I've met
Yeah, right.
Every guy I know doesn't. I don't know if he likes to, but he does finish first.
Yeah. And if he's happy about it, then that's a whole nother issue.
Well, usually that's a one happy equation there.
Yeah. And real quick shout out. If you want to see the Tampa Bay Bucks this Sunday, we're giving away 2 pair of tickets, one on the Real Radio Instagram. Log on there. Tomorrow's winner will be notified. The other one on our website, realradio.fm/contest. Enter there, and you might win. You could win both.
You could win everything.
Yeah, it's great.
You can. Do we have a question of the day answer? Give us that follow-up.
Yes, we do. And man, we had to post it in a couple places, but it was about the in-laws, and we asked in 2 different places, both in Instagram and YouTube, what is the status of your relationship with your in-laws, either was or is, and where the choices were good, not good, or manageable.
Manageable. Like that.
I think most of them are going to say manageable.
71% say good.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love hearing that.
18% manageable, 11% not good in YouTube. It's a little more to manageable on YouTube. I mean in Instagram, where it's maybe people not listening. About 56% good, 41% manageable, but only 4% say bad.
Very nice. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Deb back tomorrow. Of course, we won't have Primetime Kitchen because we did that yesterday, but we will have Sinker Sale, Embers only. And all kinds of fun stuff to talk about as well. Danny, thanks again. You're the greatest. We appreciate that very much. On behalf of Danny and Jack, I am Jim. We follow the News Junkie. They follow the Monsters in the Morning. After us, it's Tom and Dan with the Corporate Time and our friends from Real Laughs. We'll see you tomorrow at 3 for more of the Jim Colbert Show. Until then, have yourself a fantastic Thursday evening. Go Chiefs.
Yeah, right. Whatever.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is coming up next on Real Radio 104.1.
Looking at slow traffic on I-4 this afternoon in the usual spots in the Orlando area. Things are backed up east and westbound on the interstate by the major attractions exits. A serious crash southbound on the 429 has all southbound lanes blocked near Kelly Park Road. A serious crash reported eastbound on Curry Ford Road has all eastbound lanes blocked between 436 and Oxalis Avenue. If you see other traffic problems, call the Valvoline Instant Oil Change Traffic Tip Line at 866-676-8477. With traffic, I'm Samantha Canning.
This report is sponsored by Direct Auto. Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. With savings of up to 25%, you can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com. Savings based on discounts can vary. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
You know the biggest hassle with selling your home with the Nickley Group? Figuring out where to put the sofa in your new home. Because your old home won't be on the market for long. TNG listings sell 2 times faster and for an average of 6% more. Why wait around hoping your home will sell in time for you to move into your new place? Trust the experts at the Nickley Group with Keller Williams Realty to get your home listed, shown, and sold. Get a guaranteed cash offer on your home today at thenickley.com.
Here's a top move for hiring a divorce attorney. See how they look and handle themselves on video or audio. Chances are that's them at their best with editing, setup, and multiple takes. The courtroom is live. Mediation is live. Make sure your divorce lawyer is going to make you look good. At Trenley Kramer Law, we handle family law and divorce. TK Law, onefirmforlife.com.
Kathleen Madigan, the Day Drinking Tour.
I am a fan of the millennials because they're the first generation that has realized that if you live with your parents long enough, eventually they'll be glad you're there. Yes. When your parents are 85 and they see you in the kitchen, they'll be like, hey, can you drive at night?
Friday, April 11th, Hard Rock Live Orlando. Tickets on sale Friday, September 6th at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster and Hard Rock Live box office.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere, somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad in reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Save on paint now through September 9th at Tools Ace Hardware. You can get up to 20% off gallons of Benjamin Moore Ben, Regal Select, and Aura Interior Paint. Plus, Tools Ace Hardware has a huge selection of colors to choose from and friendly, helpful associates to give you expert advice on your next paint project. Tools Ace Hardware has 13 convenient locations here in Central Florida, or you can shop online at acehardware.com for free in-store pickup or delivery. That's right, even for paint. It's Tools Ace, your local helpful place.
Hey everybody, this is Josh and Chuck from the Stuff You Should Know podcast. And if you've ever wanted to know about Champagne, Satanism, the Stonewall Uprising...
Oh, how about chaos theory, El Nino, LSD, little true crime sprinkled in, or maybe something historical like Rosa Parks?
Yeah, if you want any of that, or anything else you can think of, then look no further. We have you covered.
That's right. Listen to the Stuff You Should Know podcast on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Stuff You Should Know and start listening.
And now, another insurance story from...
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Wow, I wonder how much all this costs. Shh. Well, it can't be cheap. Do we even have enough for our own you-know-what?
Honey. Shh. I heard he bought final expense insurance through the Smart Bunny app.
The Smart Bunny app?
Like on your phone?
I know what an app is.
For the love of all things decent, be quiet.
Get up to $25,000 of lifelong coverage for funeral expenses, debts, and other needs for as little as $14 a month. And no medical exam is required. So hop on the Smart Bunny app now and grab some final expense insurance.
Honey, are you buying the insurance, like, right now?
Time is precious.
So true.
Smart Bunny Insurance.
Smart Bunny. Smart Bunny.
Your insurance super app. Insurance is sold by Smart Bunny Insurance Services and underwritten by various companies. Coverage exclusions and limitations may apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This hour of programming is brought to you by My Home Builders Network. Need a new roof? Then you need Mike and his team at hbnusa.com.
Broadcasting live from the injury law firm of Kaufman and Lind Studios. Why Kaufman and Lind? Because clients and character matter. Contact them at whenyouneedus.com or dial #546 on your cell phone. This is WTKS-FM HD1 Cocoa Beach, Orlando. Listen on your free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan is brought to you by
MyEternalVitality.com. Testosterone and other bioidentical hormone therapy for men and women, medically guided weight loss and nutrition, peptide therapy, and more. Free consultations with Dr. Powers at MyEternalVitality.com.
And also Modern Plumbing Industries, serving Central Florida since 1975. Mention Tom and Dan for 10% off any service. That's modernpi.com. Now, enjoy the show.
Live from the Injured on the Go Just Call Mo studio.
It's a blast!
It's Orlando's own Tom and Dan.
Ground floor, lobby, going up.
Hey, Ross is outside with his top hat again.
He's got a trunk full of costumes.
I know, what's he doing?
He's out
Where
there.
did he get all these costumes?
I have no idea, but it's going to be character crazy.
69th floor, penthouse, corporate offices, studio.
Oh, yeah. It's a corporate time with Tom and Dan.
Tonight on a corporate time with Tom and Dan. Tom and Dan and Ross talk about meatball and a special appearance by Ram Daisy. And here they are, the Marinara and Alabaca Radio, Tom and Dan.
Welcome to A Corporate Time with Tom and Dan. I'm Tom.
I am Dan.
Ross McCoy's here. How you doing, Ross?
Hey, everybody. Hey, Ross McCoy.
It's me. The Orlando Talk Show with Ross McCoy.
Yes. Last episode, did you have Austin Kleeman
We
on?
had Austin Kleeman, who's going to be on the Mo Comedy Jam
Yeah, man.
tonight.
that tonight?
Yes, tonight.
At the Funny Bone.
I'm on my way there.
So you guys were talking meatballs, before we started.
Are you forcing yourself to have a little fun, and you're going to talk about a treat you don't eat?
No, I got a question for
That's
you.
my daughter's favorite foods. You better slower your roll. Meatballs are very important in the Dennis household.
That's like everything your wife hates to eat in ball form.
My daughter loves meatballs and meatloaf. She is of the packed meat cooking variety, and nothing makes me happier that she loves both.
So let me ask you a question about the meatball.
I love a meatball.
All right. So what's the correct size a meatball should be?
So, there's different kinds of meatballs.
Because every once in a while, like Italian restaurant will do the mega one ball,
right?
The jumbo.
and then just be like, all right, we got one mega ball,
big elephantitis.
and then so it'd be like a mega meatball.
Yeah, I think that's a flex.
And so, and it's kind of too much, and kind of like
I'm looking at you, Booga de Beppo. You did that. And most people called it Booga de Peppo. It was Beppo.
And
you fools.
And then other like restaurants will go, different. The
Tiny
spectrum of meatballs.
It's like
too tiny.
It's like a Tic Tac. Come on.
Well, they have different places, right? Like, so I would say, and I'll see what Ross says. I would say if you're getting an appetizer, Mellow Mushroom used to be an advertiser. Shout out to those guys. We love them. They do it right. You get like 2 or 3 medium balls for your appetizer. If it were in a sub, it would either be smaller balls or those larger balls would be cut in half to... you want to spread out. You want the right ratio of meat and cheese, and oregano, and like all the different and sauce.
Well, I was about to say
it's like listening to Einstein talk about meatballs. It's amazing.
I feel like the perfect size meatball should be able to go simultaneously from your spaghetti plate to the sub.
Yes.
Unified meatball theory, Tom? Are you serious?
Unified meatball theory. It's the funniest thing you've ever said.
And you should never cut your meatballs to fit onto your sub.
I don't like to do that.
You'll blow up the goddamn atmosphere. You can't split the meatball.
I mean, you got it right. I like to see, in my mind, the meatball unsplit has the integrity of the crust because I like my meatballs to have a little I don't like for them to be mushy. I like for them to have been braised and then put in the sauce so there's a good combination of like crust or not char. You know what I'm saying?
Forgive me for bringing it always back to tots,
take
but
it back, take it back.
Like the Orlando Talk Show, hashtag Tots with Ross. It's like a tater tot. You don't want a tater tot cut in half. You want that crispiness on the outside and that soft goodness on the inside. So no, you can't cut the meatball in half.
Yeah, and I like golf. Most of the chat room saying golf ball. And then appetizer, though, I would accept slightly larger for an appetizer.
If it's plated by itself, a little bit of sauce, maybe a crust of bread, Yeah,
a piece of whole milk mozzarella.
Like a 2 golf ball max.
Okay.
Yeah, I do like the idea of consuming the meatball in one bite instead of multiple bites because I feel like it's made to be consumed in one bite. Because then your next bite is half the meatball. And it's not as
and they fall apart.
I want the whole like so the crust on the outside, so it should be like small enough to be consumed in one bite.
Now you have a meat eater in your life now. I have heard
Tommy,
he'll
eat meatballs.
Okay, I was going to ask if he was into the meatballs because I do know he loves a good hot dog, which nothing's made me prouder than finding out that Tommy Van loves a hot dog.
Oh,
he looked a real one, right?
Oh yeah, foot long, big,
a coney, a big old baseball hot dog.
Yeah, loves hot dogs, cheeseburgers, meatballs, all things meat.
Where are you getting a foot long hot dog today?
The bowling alley still has them.
Okay. You know what? It is an underappreciated. Though I mean, you could get one at Primrose. But
Universal has the foot long hot dog.
But Ross brings up something very interesting.
$43.
It used to be easier to find a foot long.
I want to say, they were out and about.
Well, big hot dog. They took a hit because it became very unhealthy. Bacon took the same hit, and now I'm being told that hot dogs and bacon are completely fine because it's uncured. Somebody told me this the other day. They're like, no. It's uncured, so you don't have all those nitrates, so it's fine. It's absolutely fine. You're good. It's good to go. You're good. A lot of sodium, but other than that, you're good. Is that true?
I have no idea. Because there's so many things like, that's bad for you. Not that bad. Well, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What's that?
Like, remember when it was like every piece of bacon takes off 5 minutes of your life?
Yeah.
I heard that on the Jim Colbert show, by the way. The land of misinformation.
You know what we've been doing a lot lately? Costco, we slapped together like a pallet of Spam, and we got a pallet of cans of pineapple chunks. Dude, throw a can of each into the skillet and fry it up with a little rice. Man, that's some good stuff right there.
You got a
fried
full
rice.
pallet?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, essentially. Yeah,
That's
basically, yeah.
a lot.
Were you